All right, good morning, everybody. I hope everyone is well on this very nice and warm Tuesday or Wednesday. Okay, let's bring it to order, please. And this is Wednesday, February 7th, 2024. It is 9:06, 9:04. And this is the Kane County Executive Committee. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Allen,
Allen present if allowed by Zoom. Good morning.
Bates,
Bates here.
Berman,
Berman here.
Davis.
Ford, Gums,
Comes here.
Caius,
Is present.
Kenyon,
Sure.
Lewis,
Who's here?
Linder, Molina,
Molina present.
Sanchez,
Sanchez present.
Strathman,
Strathman present.
Surges,
Present.
Tepe,
Tepe here.
Huron.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Bates, could you please do the
Ice. I didn't do that last time, and nobody's done. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we have two people, board members who would like to attend remotely, both due to health. That's Mr. Davis and Mrs. Allen. Do I have your permission to admit them?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, welcome both.
consent.
Okay.
Thank you.
welcome both.
Thank you.
Oh, sure. All right, may I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of January 3rd?
Madam Chair, this is Caius. I would request unanimous consent to approve the minutes from January 3rd.
Thank you, Mr. Caius. We have consent, everybody's agreement? Yes? Okay, very good. Thank you. Now we go to public comment. We have two speakers who have signed up. The first speaker will be Brian Anderson. Good morning, Mr. Anderson. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. Brian Anderson, Sugar Grove, Illinois. So I did sign up. I think it's for the America Rescue Plan. Funding Health Department facility for Kane County. So I come into a topic, quite honestly, that I'm not super well versed on, but I have done a little due diligence. And in the last 2 weeks, I went to the location in Aurora. Two o'clock in the afternoon, dead zone, nobody there. Yesterday, I went to the location in Elgin. Both of these facilities are located on the Kane County Health Department website. Yesterday, I was a little bit embarrassed when you walk to the front door, and I would encourage each and every board member, if you haven't already, right? It's the old inspect what you expect, right? If you have not been to both the facilities and done your due diligence, I would encourage you to do so. We've got signage from 2016, 8 years ago, telling everybody, well, we only do business on this day. I happened to meet a team member yesterday. What are you doing here? I said, well, it's on the website. Up in the area. What can I get here? Can I get a COVID shot? No, we're not clinical. We don't do anything like that here. Matter of fact, only Tuesdays, which I was there yesterday, we service the public for 8 years. 2:00, dead zone, nobody there. Yet we have 75 team members that we pay for. Now, I haven't done my deep dive. I don't know if they're a combination of full-time and part-time, but 75 team members for 2 locations. I went to a town hall meeting sponsored by Board Member Young. Met the executive director. I'm not going to say that he didn't answer any of our questions, but I walked away a little baffled and dumbfounded. 75 team members. I don't know. I think, and I'm going to be very generous, I'm going to be super conservative. If we're seeing 600 customers or clients between 2 locations per year, that's not a lot of people. What I did find interesting is all of these pamphlets at the Aurora location. Heroin and opioid addiction. RSV for your baby. There is nothing there for me as a citizen of Kane County. Oh, by the way, on the bulletin board, if I want to go upstairs to the 2nd floor and get my West Niles virus, I can do that. Now, I'm 62 years old. I've never had a West Niles virus or vaccine. Matter of fact, according to the data, I don't know, 1 out of 100 people might actually get some symptoms. And typically it's found in Africa, Europe, the Middle East, and West Asia. And oh, by the way, in North America. So that again tells me again that I don't know if I'm coming here, whether under a refugee status or illegal immigration, illegal crossing, those are what those services are going to. You're farming everything out to third-party vendors. I had the pleasure of talking to one of the Democrats on the board. I asked that board member flat out, do your constituents in your district, can they go there and get services? No. My wife's been a professional nurse for 35 years. My daughter is a doctor of pathology in Wauwatosa, Wisconsin. Both of them told me all of the services that
Thank you.
you're trying to provide
Mr. Anderson,
can
your
be,
time is up.
I'm wrapping it up, thank you, can be outsourced to any hospital, ER, or private sector facility. So
Mr.
we
Anderson,
don't
thank
need to
you.
be spending
Thank you.
big money. Thank you. I'll be back to talk about it.
Please.
All right, thank you. The next speaker is Michelle Petdeck. Michelle?
Hi, Michelle Battag. Kind of off the same topic. Again, we keep talking about the expenses in this county and how we are number 13 out of 3,000 plus counties in the country that pay the highest taxes. People are struggling in this county. It's not just the north end and the south end that are suffering. Everyone in between is suffering. We know there's going to be a surge of people entering our county. That's not by mistake. We are going to have people using these services. However, I never come to these meetings and see, hey, we deducted this cost, we're getting rid of this department, we're doing this. Never. I never see one person being proactive. And I know a lot of you aren't equipped maybe with a financial background to sit down with the accountant and say, where's the waste? Like this is on and on every single month where it's new trucks and new this and new machines and new departments and government buildings and health department buildings. Nothing, it just makes us question, are we just paying back the unions that are donating money? I mean, is that the question? For a lot of the citizens, we've been canvassing Kane County heavily, talking to hundreds and hundreds of residents all over the county. They don't care about this. They don't care about it. They want you to reduce their costs to live in Kane County. The schools, their scores are horrible, and that's why we are able to charge the prices that we do in Kane County for these houses, because the schools are supposed to be amazing. Now, you know, the safety of our citizens is number one at the top. And in health department, yes, that is important, because as we know, a lot of these illegals are going to be bringing a ton of stuff in that has never been monitored, and they don't have the same healthcare services that we do. St. Charles School is getting new students every single day throughout every level of school from 13 different countries in the last 3 to 4 months, every day. So this is going to be a topic, but these people are not going to the health department. They're not wanting services there. They're going to the ER. That's where they're going, and they're doing all this. So here's my question. Can you please look at the costs of what it costs to run this county? Because we are drowning in debt. We're drowning in expenses. And, you know, for some of you that pay minimal amounts and you're, you know, 79 years old and you have one person to support, maybe it's fine for you. It's not fine for the general public. We're talking to your constituents and figuring this out. And, you know, people like Dale and Vern, they love it. They love the high taxes. They love, yes, absolutely great. We don't feel it's great. The voters don't feel it's great either. The HVA system, whatever, heating and cooling system at the jail. Why are we having to restructure a building that's less than 20 years old? Why? I want that sent back and say, why do we have to redesign a system? Maybe I'm not clear on why. It's not working properly? When I get a new furnace in my house, I don't have to redesign the whole system. They just replace the equipment that's faulty. So I don't know, again, is it people giving money to you? I don't understand why we can't cut expenses instead of keep adding and adding, adding. We pay the highest taxes in the country, and we're sitting here spending more money over and over and over. I mean, do you guys not care about your voters? It's craziness. It's completely crazy. I'm asking for all of you, if you're not equipped, you know, educationally, or if you're not equipped with a mathematical brain, lean on your other board members that are, or, you know, take the money and ask people like her to do the math and to cut these costs. Thank you.
Includes our public comment.
Madam Chair, Gums,
Yes, Ms. Gums.
I would like you to ask for unanimous consent to move number 14 on the agenda.
Oh, hold on just a second, and
Yeah,
we
but-
will,
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we closed public comment. Sorry. I misheard you. I want to hear from you. It was my error. I wanted to move something. I thought we were done with public comment, but I was wrong.
may I please have Kathy Hopkinson come up and do the financial report, please?
No, Madam Chair, Gums.
Yes.
I'm making a motion to amend the agenda so we can move our legislative update now.
If,
We have a team, so I would ask for unanimous consent.
thank you. And if you're in agreement with that, there is another, I'm sorry, hold on a second, please. There is another item that we can move up then as well. And that would be item number 7 under finance. To be, because we have Judge Hall here as well to speak about this, so we won't
I'm
delay
good with
him.
both. I'm good with both.
So with that, and then we can continue on with the regular agenda. So if that works for everybody, consent on that, we're all good?
I appreciate it.
Okay, so let's start with Judge Hall first, please. So that is Mr. Berman, I'll let you introduce it, please, since that's under your committee. It's number 7.
Yes, this is a contract for engineering and design for HVAC system for the Adult Justice Center. An RFQ.
Is it, no, that's not the correct one. Which is it?
It's under end of consent agenda, number 1.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Number 1. My apologies.
Do you want me to make a motion to move?
I'm sorry,
This one.
oh,
Yes.
Gunzel
Go
second.
ahead.
Motion to move the
sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay.
authorizing the agreement for the development and concept plan for the expansion of the Juvenile Justice Center.
And
Very good.
Mr. Berman, would you like to, Gumzel second? Okay. Here we go. Why don't,
Jesus.
Okay.
Judge, it's
Yeah,
all
yeah.
yours.
First of all, good morning, everybody. It's good to see you. I'm here to speak on behalf and to ask for your support of Resolution 24-1876. It's an authorization for an agreement for the development of a concept plan for the expansion of the Juvenile Justice Center. As I have come before you before, and you know my background both as a prosecutor and as a judge, one of the things that we focused on for a long time is our juvenile and the needs of the kids in Kane County. What we have continued to see, unfortunately, as the county gets bigger and things occur, we continue to see a rise in the number of abuse neglect cases and juvenile delinquency cases. And so as a result, what we are asking to do today is to ask you to authorize the approval of a concept plan. That concept plan would allow us to work with the Kane County State's Attorney's Office, the Kane County Board, to develop the potential expansion of the JJC. And that expansion, again, it's an outline for what are the things that we need to do to plan for the future, which would include how do we address the rising abuse neglect cases, the juvenile delinquency cases, work with the Child Advocacy Center, work with CASA to try to potentially build a juvenile justice campus where we can serve everybody in one location. And I think that there's some efficiencies there in addition to serving the kids of our community. So what I'd want to emphasize first and foremost is this is only authorization for a concept plan where they would talk to the different individuals. They would come back to you with ideas and thoughts. And then, of course, the board at that time would have an opportunity to vet that plan to see what you like about it, what you don't like about it moving forward. So I'm here to answer any questions that you might have about that. It is a budgeted item. We do have money to cover that cost, and I'm asking for your support.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on this? And what is that cost?
It's $58,000.
Mr. Tepe?
To comment on Tepe here. One of the other committees I serve on is in relationship to juvenile justice. And we meet every month associated with making sure that people in the community know what's going on in this area and providing resources for it. Our juvenile justice facility is utilized by other counties because it is so good. But expanding the services, we just added a second courtroom, but by consolidating those courtrooms and even looking at providing family courtrooms as well as offices there, that would just enable us to do a better job of serving the community in a more effective manner. So I'm highly in favor of this.
Very good.
Davis also with a question or comment.
Mr. Davis, I recognize you.
Thank you. Good morning, Judge. Good to see you.
Morning. Good to see you.
A little bit of a broken record here, and I don't know whether in this concept plan it would be the best setting or not, but I want to make sure that in this broader topic, we always include in the concept something for neutral exchange site. So
Mr. Davos, your comments have been heard, and this would allow us, as part of the concept plan, we all understand, especially with the rise in domestic violence cases and violations of order of protection, the importance for a safe drop-off zone for kids who are dropping off their kids to the ex-spouses. And so I think it would be a great location. There's a lot of benefits, and I think it certainly would be something that we would hope to add to the plan. So we've heard your request. I agree with that. And this would be, I think, a great location to try to set something like that up.
glad to hear that, and I'll report that back to my favorite GAL.
You got it.
Mr. Surges?
My question as we get into this newest budget cycle and items, Clint, have we identified, if we're saying this is a $50,000 request, where is that funding coming from?
It comes from the juvenile facility construction fund fee. It's a filing fee that goes onto each case. It's continues to grow each month. And so that money, the money for this would come right from that. It would,
There's sufficient funds available for that?
there is.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you for that.
I believe, in my opinion, that this is a good plan to be able to do the initial design and scope of it. It is not to authorize any kind of building or construction. That'll be determined yet in the future. But this will allow the ability to figure out what is actually needed and what the costs will be and what a future design could be to serve the people of Kane County. It's not just built for today's needs. If it does get built, they're planning for the future. And again, once again, consolidating some of the offices, Child Advocacy Center, CASA, who serves our children, our at-risk children, both agencies here in Kane County. And as we have heard, domestic abuse of our children continues, unfortunately, to increase, as well as sexual abuse. So I even hate to say that because it's so horrific, but this will provide the room, an ample room to provide those services if this building does get built in the future.
And,
This
and, I'll-
addition.
and what I would want to add to that is, again, we're talking about, and the concept again is efficiencies.
Correct.
Savings. What can we do to bring all this together so that we're not in three different locations? And so I think that the great thing about the concept plan that you already emphasized is, one, this doesn't mean it's going to get built. But what it does allow us to do is project and look into the future to see, is this needed? I think it will be from my 30 years in criminal justice, but we'll look at the facts, we'll look at the numbers, and we'll look at what we can do to try to create efficiencies and then be able to serve the kids of Kane County. So that's what I think with the concept plan. I think that that's why I'm asking, well, I know that that's why I'm asking you to support that.
Yes, Mr. Berman.
Berman here. I'm certainly in favor of this. I think we need to remember that this is only asking for $58,000 to study. We're not asking to build a building at this point in time. So I think keep that in mind. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So I have the pleasure of going into the Juvenile Justice Center. And I would like to say, first of all, that I'm very proud of the work that gets done there. Every year when we have our reviews from the John Howard Association, which are very hard to pass, we always come through with flying colors. We service children from many other counties, all the way to Rockford, to Sterling, Rock Falls, and Chicago kids. Everybody will come to us. And of course, we get subsidized for that, so that's good. But I would also like to, I totally encourage this plan, but I'd also like to make sure that if there's other things that we need to support the ongoing things for the members that are incarcerated. I mean, we have high gang activity members that end up there. We have children that are in for murder cases. We have mental health issues. We have so many things. And so if there's other things that we need to put in this plan also, let's not have to come back later. Because as we know, we want to help these kids at the earliest age so they don't end up in our adult court system, and also that they can go back to their schools and go back to, in my case, Aurora. And so anything else that we need to give these kids, I'd like to see that in the plan too.
Yeah, it would be an expansive plan. And like you had said, the other thing that's we appreciate about, we do have contracts with a number of intergovernmental agreements with about 8 surrounding counties where Kane County accepts those kids and are paid a per day rate. So again, Kane County doesn't subsidize. Actually, it's a revenue source that we've continued to grow because they want to come to Kane County because of the services that we provide.
I believe we've had a thorough discussion on this. If there's nothing else, clerk, could you please call the roll?
Allen,
Allen, aye.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford, Gums,
Gums, yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges,
Burgess, yes.
Pepe.
Debbie, yes.
Passes.
Very good. Okay, wonderful. And just before we begin, congratulations. Good.
Yeah.
Just got to get to the board now.
Well, thank you very much and everybody have a great day. Take care. It's good to
Thank
see
you.
you.
Mr. Linder, you are going to be attending remotely?
Yes, I sent an email.
Okay, very good. Do I have your permission to allow Mr. Linder in? Yes. Okay, very good. Welcome, welcome. All right. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Gums, your turn.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate the movement here. Right now, we have on the agenda 14B, which is the legislative update. We do have our team members online. We're going to do a legislative update with our Maguire Woods company. And you all should have gotten an email, but I don't see it yet with all the details, but Blair has that as well in case they need to pull anything up. So welcome our team members from Maguire Woods with our federal and our state updates.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, and just to be clear, Mr. Bales is driving, I believe, at the time, so.
Thank you. Greg Bales here. We appreciate your time and want to be respectful of your busy agenda. So we're going to try to quickly move through a couple updates for you and then happy to take questions at the end. I'm going to cover this federal piece first and then hand it over to Louis and James, who are also on the call. I won't give you a play-by-play and exact detail what's happening in Washington, but I'll give you the top lines that are worth noting. We're closely monitoring what's happening with the budget process. Congress has been operating under what are called continuing resolutions for the past few months. The current continuing resolution expires March 1st and March 8th, respectively. They bifurcated the 12 appropriation bills to different expiration dates. This is noteworthy because the Congress is trying to get these all 12 done individually. It is important to Kane County in particular as we track some of the appropriation requests that'll help the county. In particular, there's an earmark from Congressman Bill Foster's office in one of those bills. We are working closely with his office to ensure it remains in there. What is happening concurrently during this budget process is what many of you are seeing in the news is an ongoing debate about immigration and border security policy. There was a bipartisan package negotiated with Senate leaders that currently does not appear that it will move forward at this time. There is some staunch opposition from House Republican leadership. And as that has occurred, Senate leaders are walking back from moving the bill this week. At the same time, there's a effort afoot to separate from that package foreign aid for Taiwan and Israel and Ukraine. We may see a vote on that this week. All these things are sort of happening simultaneously. Also noteworthy for the county is when the Senate may take up a tax package that passed from the House. This is a significant tax package that includes tax incentives and support for research and development, manufacturing, other economic development initiatives. It also includes the noteworthy child tax credit with some modest increases in the amounts that households are eligible to take advantage of. I mentioned the funding for the coroner's office. That is an earmark request that's moving through the budget process. As we monitor the budget that hopefully will pass by March 1st and March 8th, we are also working closely with the legislative committee to begin planning for the fiscal year 25 request process. So that is ongoing. With the Kane County Department of Transportation, they were recently successful in securing a substantial grant. We are working with them on their next grant application and collecting letters of support from Congress. Been in communication with the legislative committee about ARPA funding, particularly as Congress explores the idea of extending obligation dates. There's no guarantee that happens. I also want to flag that we were working with the county staff on the Water Resources Development Act. This is a package Congress moves that authorizes projects to the Army Corps of Engineers. While we didn't have an applicable project for this go around, it was good exercise to prepare ourselves for next year. Lastly, I've had some positive conversations with the chair about some hydrogen related projects. We are looking to identify some potential business to business partners as well as federal funding that could support that. That is a very fast cliff notes of everything that's going on. Happy to take questions on the federal piece at the end, but I want to quickly turn it over to James and Louis to talk about what's going on in Springfield. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. This is Louis Mossos from Maguire Woods Consulting. Thank you for taking the time this morning. This is the second week that the legislature is back in 2024. Kind of unusual for this year, but they have a light schedule up until March 19th, which is the date of the primary. And then they're also tentatively scheduled to adjourn on May 24th instead of the typical May 31st date. From the veto session that ended in the fall until now, there have been 1,623 new bills that have been filed. We expect this Friday is the deadline to file all new bills for the session. Although, as you know, the deadlines in Springfield are kind of fluid, but we can expect hundreds more to be filed this week. We're pouring through those, flagging any bills that could potentially affect the county, bringing them to your attention. So far, we've identified about 47 new bills dealing with property tax issues, 53 with public safety, about 10 dealing with FOIA and Open Meetings Act. So as we get closer to the deadline on Friday, we can expect to be inundated with bills. We'll pour over them over the weekend and flag them for you in different categories so that we can see how you'd like to proceed, either supporting or opposing some of these bills going forward.
Thanks, Louis. And good morning. This is James Sherwood with Maguire Woods. In terms of our proactive efforts, we have made a lot of good progress with the fiber bill. We've been working with Kurt and the IT department on that language. We should have a draft back from the Legislative Reference Bureau this afternoon. I spoke to Senator DeWitt yesterday, and he was our bill sponsor last year, so he's going to file an amendment as soon as we get the language back. We've had some positive conversations with the telecom industry. We do expect that Comcast and the Cable Association will weigh in the coming weeks with some technical changes. So assuming we aren't opposed to their language, we can easily add that in an amendment as well. We have started outreach to add some Democratic sponsors to the legislation. I think we're going to ask Senator Castro and Senator Holmes to be chief co-sponsors with Senator DeWitt, and then we are starting to line up potential sponsors in the House when the bill hopefully moves over to the other chamber. So we're cautiously optimistic that this is going to move this session. Anything can go wrong, of course, but everything seems to be moving along well at the moment. I would also add that we've had some conversations regarding the property tax issue that we've discussed with seniors. This issue is very complicated, and there's a lot of opposition out there that are concerned about shifting the property tax burden onto other constituents. But we do have some very strong sponsors in both chambers. Senator Laura Murphy is a good advocate for this in the Senate. Representative Gon Gershowitz is also a strong advocate in the House. So we do have some good champions on this issue, but there is a lot of opposition in the legislature that we're going to have to work through. And then I guess, Louis, is there anything else I missed?
That's everything for the state side. Thank you.
Yeah, let us know if you have any questions.
Madam Chair Gums, I just want to thank the team for giving us the update. If anybody has any questions, feel free. Also, this morning, you should have gotten an email, but I don't see it yet with all of the updates that they just outlined here. And the Legislative Committee is working closely with the team. And I just want to thank the team for working with our other electeds and our department heads as well, because that's been fluid and ongoing. I would like to say I will be in Washington Friday through Wednesday with our Department of Transportation, and the team is going to help us navigate through Washington so I don't get lost.
This is for the NACO conference.
Yes, it's the National Association of Counties. So every county from throughout the entire country will be there, and I believe it's important for King County to be represented there. And I just want to thank the team for getting us on board. So Tom and I will be there advocating for our county issues. I also want to add one last thing, is I appreciate the responses of the request for legislative priorities. We will be getting that to the team, and they're going to help us to put that in a package for you all to vote on. So thank you. That's it. That's my legislative committee update.
Are there any questions from any of the board members? No. I'd like to thank Maguire Woods for doing this presentation. It is incredibly valuable to hear your voices at this table and to know what's going on both federally as well as state, both impact what we do here in the county. And it's much appreciated to have these updates. So thank you. And thank you, Michelle, for putting this together, and Mike, you as well.
Thanks, guys. Carry on.
Thank you.
All right, let's go back to our regular agenda, please. Pledge. And now let's go back to Ms. Hopkinson, your turn.
Hello, just a brief report this morning. In your packet is the finance report that we delivered at the Finance Committee. We're still in the process of closing out fiscal 2023, so the numbers aren't finalized yet. We still have some accruals that need to be recorded on the books of 2023. So our audits, we kicked off our audit. The audit is in process. Our auditors are coming back. They spent a week here about 2 weeks ago. They'll be coming back in mid-March to finish their work. And hopefully we will be delivering our final audit report shortly thereafter, end of April, end of May, I hope. We also this week should be finalizing our 2024 budget book. You all passed the budget, of course, but then there's a whole big book that we have to put together with graphs and charts and narrative. The deadline for that in order to get our annual budget award is about 3 weeks away. So we hope to finish putting that booklet together by the end of this week. And then we will send out a copy, a hard copy, bound copy to everybody, as well as it'll be posted on our website. So that's in line. Tomorrow at the COW meeting, we will be kicking off discussion, high-level discussion of our 2025 budget process. So I encourage everybody to perhaps the slide deck is already posted. Take a look at it. And we're going to have a good, healthy discussion on the 2025 budget process, which we're going to try to do a little bit different this year. So that is my finance update.
But are there any questions for Ms. Hopkinson? No? Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Mann?
Good morning. Our outreach continues from my office. We had great success in getting published many articles, 11 total, 3 articles on the draft climate action plan that were actually written by a reporter with interviews with Sarah Hinshaw and board member Bates. So thank you both for that. Also 3 articles on the Randall Road HOPS improvements that KDOT is undertaking, including a very positive editorial about the good job that Kane County is doing in providing safety at railroad crossings. Kane County Connects continues to grow subscribers. We recently had a surge in people opening the email. I'm not sure that I completely understand, and I'm still learning the analytics involved with clicks and open rates, but it seems to be that we're defeating the industry average every time we send the newsletter out and hit a high of 55% opens, which means of the 22,000 plus people that we sent it to on January 11th, more than half opened the newsletter and looked through it, which to me signifies that people are finding the content relevant and informative. That particular newsletter had all the information on the impending snowstorm. We just recently did a tabletop exercise with the Office of Emergency Management. It was excellent. We simulated a destructive tornado and how each of our departments would come together to try to provide life and safety support, communications, and finance, along with other elements of a disaster response. We do have a March blood drive that's on the 27th, which will be here at the county building. The 4-H kids are coming on March 12th. You would have gotten an invitation from the 4-H. I hope you will respond and take a kid from 4-H. They seem to really enjoy that. The Kane County Farm Bureau is doing their shopping spree. I only mention this because I think it's a really fun event. It benefits food pantries and other organizations. That's February 26th at the Jewel in Batavia. And it puts the Kane County Undersheriff Amy Johnson against Kane County State's Attorney Jamie Mosser. So that should be a very competitive race. I am getting more and more calls directly to me about people seeking public information. So they're looking for direction, some instruction on how to find things in the county, which really I enjoy because it's great to help people find things that are relevant to them in the county. So with that, that's my report. If you have any questions.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Roth here. Julie, who are the nonprofits that are benefiting from the shopping spree? I think that's important we
It is, and it's the support over stigma. I know that the Northern Illinois Food Pantry benefits somehow. They have told me in an email yesterday when I reached out to them that their list of beneficiaries continues to grow, but I know that there's an Elgin Food Pantry too that is benefiting as well. Right, so that list continues to grow. They weren't able to give me a complete list at this point, but
And are they taking bets? I mean, who's going to, between the two women? It's gonna be-
should
it's
be exciting.
Significant competition.
Stay on the high road.
Hope for the cop.
And could you please give us a brief, just a highlighted update about the update on the website?
Right, we are almost done with the website redesign. I had a few more pictures that I wanted to rearrange. We had a few more things that needed to be arranged, but we should be launching that in the next week or two. So I would think I will send out an email so people can take a look at it and get some feedback when it goes live. It's not dramatically different from what we have now, so, but it cleaned it up a little bit. I give our guys at IT great credit. They did it themselves. We didn't have to fund this some way. We did this on our own. And I think it's more user-friendly. I think there's some new things on there that people, from what Kane County Connects is showing me, what people are really interested in. So I'll be anxious to show that.
Oh, wonderful. And if you scroll through the website, and I would challenge each one of you to go through your own department and take a look and actually dive into it. Is a ton of wonderful information and then some perhaps outdated information. So if you could, I know everybody's very busy, but if you can just share that with your department heads and talk that through and make sure that it is updated and that it's current and that it has the information that you feel as a team is the most effective for true communication with what our departments do and what the county does. So that would be very helpful.
Madam Chair Combs.
Yes, Ms. Combs.
I just want to thank Ms. Mann for, and you're creating something out of nothing. So I greatly appreciate your history and what the direction we're going. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you. Good. Okay.
Davis with a comment also.
Yes, yes, sir.
Julie, thank you again for a report that reminds me of the tremendous outreach that happens at the county government level. You've just talked about a number of different things that range from, helping kids to, road and bridge safety. And it's the breadth of things that happen at the county are pretty remarkable. And just as a reminder, we do have a large property tax bill that goes to everyone there, but all of the things that you talk about and remind us of are done with us being just 4% of that bill. It's pretty remarkable stuff. So thank you for what you're doing and reminding us all.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, let's go on to old business. Is there any old business? All right, new business. Is there any new business that you'd like to bring up to the executive committee? No?
I have a committee report, but I'll wait till.
The two committee report, absolutely. All right, time for the preliminary county agenda. Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 3 resolutions to present to you today coming from the American Rescue Plan. I'm going to take the first 2 together. The third requires an amendment, a text amendment. That's a little more than a scrivener's error. So I wanted to treat that one separately. But I'll move items 1 and 2 together and ask for a second, and then I can walk you through those briefly.
Guys, 1 second.
Okay, as the title suggests, these both are resolutions that are recommending that the county board authorize funds from our ARPA money, the state and local fiscal recovery funds for the health department facility construction. The first is the larger piece. Oh, I'm sorry, I got that wrong. I have to amend the first one. My apologies. I haven't had coffee today, and I'm going to ask that we amend the first one. I think that's appropriate that we're moving both at the same time. Is that correct, Mr. Frank? We're moving both resolutions at the same time. I can amend the first one.
While you're moving them at the same time, you're effectively just doing each one individually, but they need to be voted on separately. So you can do it all at once.
The amendment that I have to ask for, and I'm gonna make a motion for it, Madam Chair, do you mind if I share my screen so that I can just pull it up on?
Absolutely, it'd be fine. Blair, can help him out, please.
Yeah. So as you'll see here, the fourth whereas clause down, it was an accidental repeat. So it needs to be replaced. Or striking that and replacing it with this red texted whereas clause. Do I need to read it out loud
Yes,
for the
please.
record?
Yes,
Okay,
yes, please.
so striking the fourth whereas clause and adding instead, whereas by resolution 21-313, the Kane County Board has established the American Rescue Plan Committee as a resource for research, education, planning, and recommendations for the best allocation and uses of the county's SLFRF or SLURF funds. That is the first part of this amendment. The second is to add this now therefore be it resolved clause. Now therefore be it resolved that the Kane County Board hereby authorizes the use of state and local fiscal recovery funds in the amount of $18 million to be used for the construction of a health department facility for Kane County residents in accordance with the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, the final rule, and related guidance issued by the United States Department of the Treasury and any other federal, state, or local laws and regulations. And I will ask for a second to make that amendment to this resolution.
I have a second.
8 seconds.
Thank you, Ms. Bates. Okay,
And we can take any
any comments? to this?
discussion or comments.
Yes,
I would also like to make an amendment to this proposal, and that
1 second. Are you making an amendment
No,
to his
that-
amendment? Or are you making a separate amendment to the original language?
separate amendment.
Okay, so priority, you need to vote on that, then you can make amendments.
yes.
Thank you.
You can't amend the amendment while it's pending.
Okay, thank you. I'll wait my turn.
We've got two attorneys that jumped to the gun.
Thank you.
Okay, so is there any discussion, further discussion on the Sanchez amendment? Hearing none, we can take that vote then.
Allen,
Allen, aye.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Comes no.
Caius,
Guys, yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Sturgis,
Sturgis, yes on the amendment.
Tepe.
Tuppy, yes.
Okay, okay, so now the Strathman amendment, please.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to change the language in this proposal from public health facility to community health center. I think this more reflects the purpose and the outlook that we are having for this facility.
Okay, thank
Can I
you.
have a second?
Is there a second on that? Thank you, Mr. Ford. Any discussion on this? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I understand the idea behind reflecting through the language here, more what it's intended to do. I think it's more appropriate to call it a health department facility because it is for the health department. And I don't know if there are any implications with how we phrase this for our use of the ARPA funds. And this is a new thought to me. So my initial response is to inquire first with our state's attorneys just to make sure that that's not going to create any kind of compliance or regulatory interference. So that's just my thought on the matter.
Okay, all right. Could you weigh in on that quickly?
Sure. I am happy to look at it this week and get in contact with you. Then for purposes of today, you can make this amendment next week at the county board and it'll have the same exact effect. So if you give me a week, I can make sure to get through and we can talk about whether it has any implications for ARPA or not.
So you're suggesting we just put that suggestion on pause? Or we
Maybe
can
the easiest
pass
way
it?
is just withdraw the motion and the second, and then you can bring it back next week if you'd like.
To withdraw, I should withdraw my
For
amendment.
purposes of executive, it's the easiest way, because technically if you're tabling it, it doesn't really work. You kind of table the whole thing. So just the easiest way, if you're okay with this, is to give us time would be to withdraw the motion, so whoever the second was, And then you can always bring this back to county board. It has no effect on it whatsoever.
It's just procedural.
Madam Chair, I would withdraw my amendment.
Okay, Mr. Ford?
Madam Chair, I will withdraw my second.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, so we'll bring that back up then at next week's meeting. Okay, anything?
Back to the original
Yes.
as amended.
Yes, yes, sir.
First off, I want to apologize to Jarrett and just openly to the board. I have been traveling the past couple of weeks, and as I have openly suggested to everybody, we are expecting our first grandchild on February 29th. And as that date gets closer, I will be traveling just a bit more. But I have been absent at an ARPA meeting. Michael, I have owed you a meeting, and Roger, you have reached out as well. And I want to acknowledge that publicly, that these gentlemen have all reached out. I've not been able to reciprocate. I wrote down the word confusion, but I really only because I couldn't spell the word conundrum. And my conundrum is that I understand the urgency for the ARPA monies and that we need to spend them by a date. But by my math, and maybe I'm out of touch a little bit, we're asking for a $30 million health building. And before I proceed, I did receive a phone call from Madam Chair from you and we had this conversation, and Vice Chair Tepe also called me and we had this conversation. And hopefully I'm being very succinct and accurate and honest with those conversations. So we're asking for $30 million and there's an urgency because of ARPA and spending that. And I had written down 20 million, but it sounds like we're down to 18 million that will come from ARPA. It sounds like we have 5 million coming from the health department. So we're going to be, you know, if everything goes the way it's supposed to, we're going to be $5 to $7 million short that we're going to need some funding, find funding for. And yay, we have a bridge that was all taken care of and we have to let the dust settle on that. And can we find some monies? But the reality is we just deficit spent on a budget without knowing where next year's budget money is coming from. And that makes me incredibly nervous to say, yes, I want to green light this. On the other hand, if I had to, you know, I use the analogy all the time. If I had to explain this to my wife tonight, she would say, but you have to spend the ARPA money urgently right now. And you don't really have a plan for the other stuff. So what do you do? Then, you know, I get to my computer last night. We were in meetings here downstairs until 8:30, 9 o'clock. By the time I got home, Mr. Frank authored a email to us all at 11:06 p.m. last night. I have not had the chance to read this all through, but Mr. Frank, if what I'm read superficially was Ernst & Young is saying, hey, we have some concerns with this. And in as much, every fiber of my body is saying, pump the brakes on this until we work this out, until we are a little bit further along in the budget process to find out where those additional funds are coming from. On top of that, I think everybody understands or at least knows my background, my health experience. My son is finishing med school in the psychiatric realm. His wife is already in the psychiatric realm. I am the biggest supporter of mental health you will find, but I do have some reservations or unsettled feelings regarding overlap between what the county plan is trying to do versus what the 708 boards are trying to do. And Michael, I sat in a meeting with you just back maybe 8 months ago already, talking about needs analysis, at least for the Dundee Mental Health Board, which is trying to, you know, charge millions of dollars and not knowing where they're going to spend it. We were going to do a joint effort to try and put together that needs analysis. We spoke about expanded offerings, and if we're going to do all this, we need a facility. And there is no question in my mind that the facility in Aurora, we can't ignore it any longer. So I believe the word conundrum is appropriate in my feelings, but every fiber of my body is saying, pump the brakes here just a little bit unless there is some imminent you know, if we don't spend that 18 million, this is going to be problematic. On the other hand, I would be way more comfortable with saying we need 90 days to answer some of these questions. That's just me, and I'm just throwing it out there
Thank you.
for
Thank
consideration.
you. Those answers to your questions are available right now. And I don't know if we want to put up the slide deck now or if we would like to wait to
If
when
you're
we get
asking
to
for a vote
admin.
for $18 million, now's a really good time to see it, in my opinion, so.
Yes, okay. And we have it available. So
Okay.
you want to do it now?
Certainly.
Can I,
Yes,
Roth
absolutely.
here. More in relation to John Frank's email. I did read it last night and,
You're
you
a
know,
better man than me.
well, I happen to be up. And, you know, he bolded, the financial impact of each risk, if it comes to pass, would be high. So I don't think we want to speed to a decision without looking a little bit closer because we don't want to commit 18 million and then have to. pay
That
it
is going to
back.
be answered
Okay.
today as well.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Gums.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gums here. You know, conundrum, I can't spell it either, Cliff. That's a joke.
She had your computer with spell check.
Right. As I have expressed before, in the ARPA committee and to you all individually about my concerns. In fact, I got a call from one of my colleagues, like, why did you vote no last time? Because you're one of the biggest supporters of mental health. That has not changed. I believe that the request I had for Mr. Isaacson was fair and just, and I want him to see his vision. I think it's what we need. I have issues with this that are, I read the entire 76 pages of Ernst & Young's analysis. I brought those issues up. I reread it 3 more times. I read it again yesterday. I did not get the email until this morning from Mr. Frank, but in that initial risk assessment, some of the things that you should think about, in my opinion, are Ernst & Young identifies that all the information they used to do their risk assessment came from the county, that they used meetings and emails and phone calls. They did that for a reason, in my opinion, to remove themselves from liability. This is not their risk assessment. They used what we gave them to come up with a risk assessment. That risk assessment was high, even with our information. So in that original 76-page document, which I read 4 times, I had not gone to the reference pages because in that document, it says, go to page 4,355, where it starts, I believe that's the page number, and read what the final rule says. And so my concern is based in, is this an allowable use of the ARPA money? And I've expressed that to all of you. I've asked you to change my mind. I've asked you to tell me why I'm wrong. I can't overcome that because the risk assessment is too high in every single thing that I have read. Now, some are like, well, nobody's going to come and take the building back from us. Maybe that's true. Maybe they're not going to come and ask us for the $20 million. Maybe that's true. I'm not prepared to gamble that money. But I don't want people to think that I am not supportive of this idea. I just do not believe this is the funding source. Additionally, as you all know, I have issues with the location of the property proposal. We haven't even decided on this yet. So I understand the process. I totally get it. But for me, all of this accumulates into, we don't have a plan and we don't have an idea. We just want to move some money just in case. And I get that. But when you look and you speak to the constituents and they say, you're going to put a location, you're going to put a health center that we would like to expand and create more programs and offer things to everybody in the county, their concerns are, don't put it geographically in the center of the county, put it where the human beings are, where the human beings can use it. And that's a legitimate issue. So transportation, and yes, that conversation came up with some constituents and they said, and I reassured them, you know, we'll have busing, we'll have it go right there. It's not that it'll go right there. It's how long will it take them to get there? How much time do they have to take out of their life to do these things? And as your vision, and we've had this conversation, the one-stop shop, the Mayo Clinic dream, I want that to happen, but this is not the funding for it. That's my opinion. And I implore you all to convince me why I'm wrong, because I'm never right all the time. But those are my thoughts, and that's how I feel about it. So I cannot justify this money. And we have other people asking for money from ARPA. So I'm just throwing that out there. I hate to be the Debbie Downer, but that's my position.
All right, Mr. Sanchez, and then I think let's get to the
Yeah,
presentation.
thank you, Madam Chair. I haven't seen this presentation yet, but just to address a couple of things very quickly. At the last ARPA meeting, we have two resolutions we're discussing right now. The second is the use of our revenue recoupment. So I'm sorry, the first one is revenue recoupment. Essentially, we got some final numbers on our revenue recoupment, and we're now able to utilize as much as possible those funds to fund this project. So we don't have to use county fund balance anymore to do that. So that's the one resolution that we have here, is essentially 18 million plus 6.5 million. That makes it so that we don't have to use county fund balance. The other thing with the risk assessment, if you're going to drive a car on a tollway at high speed, the risk is very high that something could go wrong. You could get into an accident, and you could go through the windshield, right? If you put on your seatbelt, that risk reduces dramatically. If you go a little slower, that risk reduces even more. If you're not on your phone, all of these things contribute to a safer drive. So when we have something that says here, the risk level is very high, what that means then is you have to have risk management in place. And if you don't have proper risk management, the risk is still too high. You don't want to go down that road. What I think some of what they're about to say and what we've already been discussing up to this point, and part of the plan we have put together, is that risk management component. We're calling it mitigation. So knowing that, okay, if we don't keep track of how the building is used and keeping it within ARPA compliance, they could come back and claw those funds back from us. Okay, so then we have to have something in place that ensures every year that we're using those parts of the building for ARPA eligible expenses. So for every item that Ernst & Young identified as risk of some level, high, low, medium, as long as we have an adequate management plan in place to address each one of those risks, that actual risk reduces dramatically and puts us into a place where we should be able to be comfortable moving forward with the project. So I think really the question is not, is there high risk involved? It's, do we have an adequate management plan to mitigate the risk? And if so, is there any other reason we shouldn't go with this project? Because if it's just a matter of risk, I feel personally that our management plan is adequate. So really that's up to the full board. And I guess what I would ask today is that we have our discussion, we get more of our thoughts and opinions out, but we still move it to the full county board just as a procedural cleanliness. Because when we get to the full county board next week, if we still don't have our questions answered, the list of items that Mr. Frank wants us to make sure that we're paying attention to, we can go one more month. We can push it back to the next county board. If it stops here, it's just a little more procedural clunkiness. So that's what I would leave my comment with, is at the very least, let's have this conversation, but move it up to the full county board. Let the full board decide what they want to do with it, and then go from there.
Final then. Could I address to Jarrett directly? Is that okay?
And we need to
Okay.
get through this slide deck, and I think a lot of the questions will be answered.
Well, I guess my point is that I don't necessarily need to be the one who's convinced with this. I need the team that's putting this together to convince our professionals that that mitigation is enough. I didn't come up with the list. I'm not Ernst & Young. I'm not the state's attorney's office. I need them to be convinced. So as long as that team has worked with that team and they give us, the board making these choices, the information, because right now I have conflicting information, and that's where I'm at. So
And I'm not going to speak for you, Mr. Frank, but you've always told us you're just giving us advice.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just to make everything clear, I know some of you read it, some of you haven't. What you'll see towards the beginning and the end is these are issues and concerns that still exist even after the written justification has been provided, which I believe is also being addressed in this. I am not saying this cannot be done. I'm not saying it can be done. I have no interest whatsoever in one way or the other. Truly, it's your decision of whether the seatbelt is enough for you to judge this risk. There is no situation where there is zero risk here. There is no directive from the Treasury as to say a health department building is not allowed or a health department building is allowed. It has defined characteristics of what they are looking for. Those characteristics are defined in my email. What I referred to as far as high risk was not my words, but it was actually Ernst & Young's words, where they had two different types of reports. The first report essentially said, these are novel risks because we don't know with the Treasury what they will ultimately decide and do. In an earlier version, they labeled it high risk, but not because it's necessarily exactly high risk, but because it's unenumerated, meaning, as I discussed in the email, it is not clearly defined as, yes, you can do this. What the Treasury has kind of said is that the goal here is to provide services. If you need to create a building to provide such services, then you have to complete that two-step process. If you can do that two-step process, then you have what they would largely define generally as a good faith basis to go forward. That doesn't mean they will ultimately agree. That doesn't mean you're not going to have to give the money back. It just means you've done everything you possibly can to comply with the regulations they've set out. And so I think Mr. Sanchez is saying it largely correct, which is there are things that this county can do to mitigate the risk. But at the end of the day, the county has to decide a number of things. One, is the mitigation sufficient? Two, is this a sum of money that if we're wrong, we can afford? Three, if we cannot afford it, what would we have to do to cover that cost? I think you all have general ideas what that would require. So I won't belabor the point, but I want it to be very clear. My email is not saying this can't be done, or is it saying it can be done? It is directing all of you to make sure that you understand the actual topics you need to be considering to do this properly and avoid the Treasury essentially alleging that you did this as some sort of a bad faith move to take the money. So that is all I'm going to say on that.
Madam Chair, before we go to the presentation, I
I'm
just want to
sorry,
say,
yeah. Just a second, please. Would that be the case, Mr. Frank, with any of the programs that have been funded through ARP? Is there a risk with each one of those that the U.S. Treasury may come back and do the audit and say, this was not appropriate, we'd like for you to pay that back, no matter, just generally speaking, is that a
So-
general risk?
So two general things I would say in regards to that is one, is the issue or is the actual project you're supporting enumerated or unenumerated? In a lot of the situations that you have applied, it has been enumerated. Again, now you have seatbelt on, you have a lot of these things going on that will eliminate a lot of your risk. When you get into unenumerated is when the open questions kind of become. The second issue is a lot of your projects have not been over $1 million. This would be the largest project you approve of your amount of money. It would constitute almost a fifth of the funds. So I understand your point. I would say there's a sliding scale. Nothing is ever zero risk, but the question is twofold. One, have you followed exactly what they're saying? And if you haven't, then you have to follow their analysis to show how what you're doing effectively gets in support of these enumerated uses. And second, is this a gamble, not a gamble, but is this a risk that we can financially take and cover if we're wrong?
Mr. Sanchez, thank
I
you.
I was just going to say before we went to our presentation, to thank Assistant State's Attorney Frank on sending that out. We talked about it last week, so I was aware that he was going to be sending those questions out to the full board. We both feel that it's important that we all just have as much accurate information in our heads as possible as we go forward making a decision on this project. So Again, just thank you, Mr. Frank, for your work. It's a lot to digest. We just got it last night. But again, we've already addressed some of those issues, and I think we're going to hear some more of that right now.
Thank you. All right. So are we ready?
I
Yes.
just want to make a comment, Bates, please. Thank you, John, Mr. Frank. This is an amazing amount of work to analyze all of this. I believe that this is a perfect use of these funds. ARPA is here to rescue Kane County. The American Rescue Plan is to rescue those of us who need that help, and mental health and public health is, these COVID issues are going to stay with us for many years to come. I still feel it. I still go, my God, what happened in my life? Those 2 years, 3 years. I'm sure there's countless people out in Kane County who still need help recovering from COVID. And I believe we need to make this happen. We need a new health department, community health center, no matter what. And so if this is, it's a cost benefit analysis. The benefit is we get a healthy, you can't have a health department that isn't healthy. So the cost benefit analysis to me is we get a new health department that is healthy, that is serving our people better. And the risk is we may have to pay for it in the future. I believe that risk is very small, but we have to do it anyway. Maybe we do have to pay for it, but we have to do it anyway. And to bring it to our people, isn't part of the plan to have satellite offices outside of this? The way I understand it is the non-public facing functions, and maybe some public facing functions would be here in the central part of Kane County, but there would still be satellites in Aurora and Elgin. We are bringing this to the people. We are doing a better job. It's not an easy job, but it's a better job. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Are we ready?
All right, so Roger Fonstock with the IT Department and Building Management. Again, I'd just like to preface that this is the work of a lot of people. Michael Isaacson from the Health Department. We have Heidi Files from our project management team. We've worked with Suzanne Fonstock from the ARP program management. Ernst & Young, Kathy Hopkinson, John and his team from State's Attorney's Office. So there's a lot of effort that's gone into this project over the last 6 months that we've been trying to get through the application and the risk assessment that you've been talking about. One of the things I'd like to point out in the risk assessment, just to clarify, the risk assessment describes risks related to our application. And one of the risks is the eligibility and trying to define prorated areas of the building that are described in the enumerated requirements or the enumerated part. So there's areas within the building that are prorated for those enumerated purposes. One of the things that you'll find in the risk is that those have to remain constant. You have to keep using those for those enumerated purposes. So that's eligibility of risk was associated with the uses. Just like Mr. Frank said, you know, the construction of a building is not specifically enumerated, but I'll show you in a little bit how other communities and other people are looking at this. And there's many examples far larger than ours of people doing this and using it for a health facility. So we'll get into that. But that's one of the risks about the building being prorated for uses as opposed to the whole building being entirely used for something pandemic related. We had to define those things. The procurement risk is another one, which is you have to follow the state and federal procurement guidance, which we intend to do. The risk assessment, which Ernst & Young provided, said you need to make sure that you're doing this. If for some reason you don't follow the procurement guidelines, they may not want to use the ARP money for those purposes. Construction risk, you know, you basically have to have the obligation by the end of the year. And within that, you know, obviously you need to construct the building and be done before the end of December 2026 and have your final pay-ups. This is a prorated cost. There's about 66%, let's say 60% of the building is going to be funded from ARP funds. The rest would be the recoupment, and there's also health department funds included in that. And then the final risk two risks was the continued utilization of the building for the prorated services that we defined. And the last one was joint ownership. If you ever decide to sell this building, which is going to be on county property, at some point in the future, you'd have to settle up with the federal government for what you sold it for. So those were the risks that were defined. I would tell you that when they characterize the risk, they're just trying to identify the things that we should be concerned about and what we should address as we go through this process. I would caution that they don't define the risks in a manner of high, medium, and low. They don't. They simply say that there are these risks. Here's mitigation. Now, in the executive summary, you'll find where they say the impact of not following along with the mitigation and the impact of the risks could be high. And high in terms of you're using $18 million in ARP money to fund a building. And if you don't follow the mitigation for one of these risks and it goes wrong, you could be liable for the $18 million. And that's the facts. I think Mr. Frank expressed that, but I just wanted to be clear that the impact is high. The risk is something that you mitigate, and it's documented in the Ernst & Young report. So that's just one place to start. Then we'll get through some of these other questions as we go through this. I only have a couple slides, so it's going to be quick. The business case, I think we've all gone through this. The COVID pandemic really changed and challenged the health department and all of our departments and offices during the pandemic. I think we identified a lot of things that we just weren't prepared for, specifically the facilities. We did do a facility needs assessment, and we also did a space needs analysis for the health department building. The current building is 18,500 square feet. It's insufficient for their current uses. It also has, some condition issues, marked it as poor condition. There's problems with, providing services. I think it's been mentioned, that we don't provide certain services there. A lot of that is due to the condition and the accessibility of the building. So those services get provided in other ways. Deficient equipment. There's no real good storage within the building for any supplies related to the health department specifically, or the pandemic as it was experienced. I think anybody that worked with it can tell you that we stored pandemic related supplies in every nook and cranny of every building in the county. And in fact, there's still a lot of it sitting around in buildings today that we're still looking at trying to figure out how do we dispose of it. In the 2023-2024 facility master plan, the health facility was one of the top priorities, if not the top priority. It's urgent. It was kind of indicated that we should be looking at that as one of the first things that we addressed. And then the last is that this is an exceptional opportunity. You don't get an opportunity to have funding of this kind, one-time funds. It's not for programs, it's one-time funds. This money will expire. So if we create programs or uses that are ongoing in the future beyond 2026, you'd have to find general fund money for those programs. So capital uses, in my opinion and many people's opinion, is a good use of this money. The ARPA funds application, this project itself, it's only viable with the ARPA funds. We kind of identified that, I think, between finance and our own staff, that you do need the 18 million from ARPA to make this happen. It's not going to happen through bonding or through existing funds. And we'll have some discussion in a minute about the discussion about taxes. And I think that was important. We were trying to make sure that this is one-time money. It's not being operationalized, and we're trying to not create a tax burden or add taxes to the budget in order to pay for this. We have spent a 4 to 6 month process. We prepared and written a written justification. I just, spent a lot of time with Heidi. Heidi Files from our office has been working with Suzanne and the ARP people to try and get all of the justification in place. The review was done by Ernst & Young as a third party. I will acknowledge that Ernst & Young will tell you that these are their assessments of the risk and the mitigation and their executive summary. Ultimately, it's the county board's decision to determine and weigh in on what that risk means to them. One other thing about the funds is that you have to obligate those funds by the end of this year. So 12/31/2024, you have to have a contract signed that says how you're going to be spending these monies. Now, you may find that by the end of the year that Congress has graced us with another 6 months. That may happen. I think that was mentioned by our lobbyists, that there's a chance that they'll extend this. Right now, our deadline for obligating those funds is December 31st. So, you have about 10 months to get a complete obligation of the fund balance that you have. I will tell you that we spent every bit of 6 months getting through the actual written justification, risk assessment to get to this point. So you have about 10 months left before the end of the year. We are at 6 months into this process of writing out all of the justification, writing out all the review, doing all the Ernst & Young risk assessment, and we're here. To get to the contractual obligation for construction, a guaranteed maximum price contract, you'll see in a little bit, we think we're going to probably be in October, November. So a project this size requires a lot of planning. It's going to require months of planning to get to a final contract. We are not asking for the approval of the final contract. We do not have a designed building for this at this point. This would be the starting point to hire the architect, design, and engineering to build that plan that would go out for a contract. The goal would be to get that contract back and have it in front of the board, hopefully in October, November timeframe. And then from there, we would start the planning. You have 2 years to construct the building. So that's kind of the general timeline. There's another slide about that. Let's see what we got. Oops, sorry about that. The next part is the funding, and some of you had asked about the budget, and we'd given a couple of examples early on that were based on 48,500 square feet, and I think the approximate price was 38 million, and we are looking at a budget of 30,506,000. There were many different uses in that original 48,500 square foot example. And what we're going to be doing in this first phase of the concept and program design is figuring out how much square footage we need and how much the building itself would cost, knowing that our constraint is roughly $30 million. That would be our project with the health department, is to figure out, we're probably in the 40 to 50,000 square foot size. You need to do a program review or program interviews with the health department and the people that will be using the building in order to get that number refined. But we know that given the current funding, this would be the budget for the building. Certainly is sufficient to do 40,000 square feet. It's potentially up to 50. That's where we're at. And our original example, we're at 48,500. And that was to kind of show you the worst case example, which is this is the biggest square footage that we could envision at that time. So we didn't want to show you something that was light and then come back and tell you something bigger later. Again, the cost of this capital is no new taxes. We're not asking for a general fund tax increase from property taxes. This is one-time money that would be used for this. And we'll also explain some of the operational changes that would probably make it close to a net zero or near net zero change as far as the main health department building is concerned. As far as maintenance, we're going to be pulling it to a campus where our building management, building maintenance, our groundskeeping, snow removal, all of that would be centralized at the government campus. We still have yet to finalize how we would evolve the satellite offices, but that's also in the facility master plans. So we don't have any plans of abandoning Elgin and Aurora as far as the satellite offices go. So again, going back, this was some of those same points.
Specific question.
Oh,
Yeah.
one question.
Roger,
yes.
can you go back one screen?
Yeah.
And just, and I know I'm slow, the lost
Yeah.
revenue recoupment fund is just another ARPA line item.
No, it's in the general fund, right? Yeah. It's a fund, but it's actually not under ARPA.
This could be a very long explanation. One of the ways that you can draw down ARPA money is through revenue recoupment. There's 4 different ways you can draw down ARPA money from the get-go at a high level: broadband, water, revenue recoupment, and then everything to do with pandemic preparedness and health, et cetera. So we have 2 funds in the county. One is the ARPA fund. It's fund number 355. We also set up a secondary fund. It's sort of a sibling fund. It's fund number 356. It's called Revenue Recoupment Fund. So the funds that met the definition of lost revenue, we have slid over into that fund. They,
Fair to say, but not for ARPA, that wouldn't exist.
correct,
Perfect.
correct. The original source of that 6.5 is ARPA.
Thank you.
Yes.
And it was money, Kathleen? Excuse me. It was, just for clarification, it was money that was expended by the board, by the county, which was reimbursed for ARPA, by ARPA, because it was money used to mitigate the impact of COVID.
So the 6.5 million is money that hasn't been spent yet. It's been authorized to be recognized, it's been authorized by the board to be recognized as revenue recoupment funds, but it hasn't been spent yet until we spend the dollars.
But how did that money get transferred in? It was. from
It
the
was
original-
authorized by the board.
Correct.
But not for ARPA. Just-
Okay.
Mhm.
Boy, that's more confusing than ever.
Right. The revenue was ARPA money that was transferred from the main ARPA fund to the ARPA Lost Revenue Recoupment Fund, which is like a sibling fund to the main fund.
If you remember,
Good.
we all did that.
I'm good.
The previous board all did that, moved that money.
Yeah, the authorization was a couple of years ago.
Correct.
Yep.
It was a while back.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, and that's because King County lost revenue due to COVID. So that's where that money goes into the revenue
Correct.
recoupment.
Correct. There's a formula that you needed to follow to determine what potentially you could claim as lost revenue.
Mhm. So that is now ours to do with as we see fit.
That's
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
correct. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so again, this is the, proposed funds that we're talking about for the building. We're at $30,506,000. And I say that we're, and it's not on this slide, but in sizing a building from concept, you're in 40,000 to 50,000 square feet. We don't have a plan set, so that's what we would be developing in that budget. Again, the no new taxes was related to, not raising our property tax levies to build this building. We're looking at, the operational costs of maintaining and supporting the current building as a transfer, trying to go, as close as we can to operationalize the building maintenance and management of the facility with the Judicial Center campus. So we think that will be maybe a minor, but not a major adjustment to the operational costs for what we do. The other part is that the building's new and more efficient. So the depreciation and hopefully the energy efficiency, green building, the things that we do for leads will help us with having a more efficient building. It is going to be closer. Our maintenance, building maintenance and grounds will be on site at the Judicial Center where our building management department is. And obviously it's a new building, so the repair costs are mitigated. We'll be doing preventative maintenance. You'll have a depreciation of most mechanical systems of, anywhere from 8 to 20 years probably. So I think that's an advantage to us. This was the original example that we gave, and there's been a lot of discussion about, the 48,500 square feet. That was an example. I just want to be clear that that's an example, and it's to give you cost comparison for renovation versus buy and renovate versus build new. And if you're talking about the full size of it, you'll see that the numbers are very similar in nature. So renovating the existing building and adding square footage to it to get to that size, you're at 35 million. It also comes with some drawbacks. The building itself is not supportive of the uses. It's not centralized for the residents. It's in Aurora. I would be wise to tell you that probably 100,000 people in Kane County live in Aurora. The city is not entirely in Kane County.
Oh,
It is it's in 4 counties, so only 100,000, 1/5, 20% of the county is in Aurora, Kane County. Not to diminish it in any way, but that is important. 80% of the residents do not live in Aurora. So, you know, it is at present not centralized for all residents. And on the far right, you'll see where we talk about this move to Central King County with satellite offices would reduce the average travel distance for all residents. Everybody would be closer to the health department at that point. You know, the current location makes it very difficult in Aurora to coordinate with any of the other offices and departments. And I would even add to that list that the location and identity of our health department, I think suffers from the fact that it's so remote and so removed from any government campus that we have. It's on an island by itself. So, you know, the buy and renovate, again, you know, we've had people ask us about buying a building. I would tell you that you can buy a building for far less than you can build a building or far less than you can renovate a building. It's the renovating that costs you a lot of money. So what we gave you was an example of renovation of a building of similar size. Has to be a little bit larger for us to fit in. But again, you're coming near or exceeding the cost of a brand new building in the location that you want. So in comparison, you know, the costs are remarkably similar. This is something that we provided to Ernst & Young to kind of demonstrate how we came to a recommendation to build a new building as opposed to renovating what we have, adding to what we have, buying and renovating. These were all comparisons that were made. So our main selling points are centralized location, public transit access at the existing site, county and state highways, coordination with our partners in the judiciary, health, and building management, IT. It's all at that campus. And it reduces the average travel distance for everyone in the county. We would look at maintaining the satellite offices in Elgin and Aurora. I know that's been mentioned a couple times. There are things that are done in those offices for food, well and septic inspections, and things that are casework. Maybe not customer facing. People aren't walking in the doors, and maybe people aren't necessarily around. They're out actually doing restaurant inspections, but those are the types of things. And with program improvements, we're hopeful that we could eventually provide additional services as the plan progresses with the health department. Some of the other considerations, we are looking for a LEED certified energy and efficient building. And we will be following the responsible bid ordinance. We would follow the state purchasing requirements and the federal requirements. So I think in terms of covering some of those risks associated with the procurement, those will be addressed during the process. You know, this was an example that I thought was important. This came partially from Ernst & Young. They gave us the initial list, and then we added a few because we knew of them as well. I think the one we added was Peoria County. But this is a list of recipients of ARPA money and the type of project that they're doing, the amount that the entity was awarded, and then the projected ARPA budget for their project. And you'll notice that most of them are health departments, medical examiner, those types of facilities. And the largest in Collin County, Texas is $54 million. It's 25%, over 25% of their ARPA funds going into a new healthcare services building and Vax Hub, and they're adding a parking garage as well. University Health, Public Health Division in Texas is doing one. DuPage County, our neighbor next door, is doing another care center for elderly. Peoria County is doing a health department building. Their ARPA funds for their request is 2/3 almost of the budget for their building at 19.6 million out of 34 million. So I just thought it was important for you to realize we're not the only people asking for this. It's being done in large part around the state and around the nation. And there's probably going to be more as the next few months dictate that you have to obligate these monies. So project timeline, we are on a tight timeline. And I know there was, Mr. Surgis, you said pump the brakes. We are looking at a timeline right now, which would take us all the way out to October to get an actual contract for a guaranteed maximum price. And I think that that's our window of opportunity is October to get this in. I'm not saying it gets through the first meeting. Maybe there's a delay and we have to finalize some things. So targeting October with, if you can get it in November or December, but having to obligate it before the end of the year, I think October is a good goal for us. Looking at a guaranteed maximum price contract that we would issue. I think that's the route that we're preferring. We've debated whether or not you can do design build or you can do construction manager at risk. Those types of discussions are still a little bit ongoing, but we would need to get this into the hands of an architect and engineering firm to do the design so that we could get the guaranteed maximum price contract. That's our goal.
This definition, please.
Yes.
Guaranteed maximum price doesn't sound good. It sounds like, so can you define that for me,
Yeah.
please?
So when you get a design package and you get the initial architect and engineering firm will tell you that to build the building you're describing with all the site improvements, with the actual contractors and construction trades and the cost to build the building, all in, this is what they say that building would cost.
Okay.
And then you would go with them and say, I agree with the price at the guaranteed maximum price. I want to take this out publicly and bid it.
Okay, thank you.
And then we would enter into a construction contract.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
Rother, there was an article last summer in one of the county national periodicals talking about and how counties are getting big successes. Because what it ties in is the contractors committing to that. If they get done earlier, they keep the money, or sometimes they have to not give the money back. But if it goes over, then they're at risk.
Okay, thanks.
Is that correct?
So generally speaking, any of the money that we would obligate as a guaranteed maximum price is not guaranteed to the vendor. If it comes in because the bids are lower, the money is still ours. If it goes over for any reason, there is a negotiation that occurs where you have to decide if you want the additional features, functions, size of the building, or do you want to go with the price that's within the maximum price. There is a negotiation there.
But that's a scope change, right? You said
Yes.
additional features.
Yes.
But if they didn't deliver on what they committed to,
What's in that contract, they have to build for that price
Right.
or less.
okay.
Mr. Surges.
Roger, I'm in the pricing here.
Yep.
This is just the facility. What about all the furniture and stuff? Are we selling the old building to? We're not bringing that stuff over to the.
The idea is this is all in with FF&E, furniture, fixtures, equipment. We will also, I would point out that within the health department, Michael won't want me to point this out, but they have a fund for the health department as well, which could potentially, if they had special equipment that they're looking for, they could fund from the health department funds as well. But this was an full price FF&E, site development and everything.
We'd settle for racks to put your boxes on. I mean,
Yeah.
are you kidding me?
Um,
This is like.
And I
Here.
would like to note that Mr. Surges said the yicky things.
Icky thing.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yes, note that. I would say that we've been trying to be, cautious about what funds we use, and Michael's trying to develop program and things that the health department funds are intended for. Some of those, as you develop the programs, those will be funded from, local, state, federal monies. But trying to get the building done as a capital expense would be FF&E. It'd be
Do we sell the old building? Did we say that? or-
That has not yet been
Okay,
determined.
sorry.
Yeah,
No, that.
we could get into a discussion. It's really, I don't think we have an opinion of value on the old building to kind of discuss the merit of keeping, selling. And then I also think that there'll be some discussion about if you have a satellite office, if you use the existing building, or do you lease, rent, do you make improvements to the existing building? A lot of those decisions will need to be made. Especially once we decide we're building and we kind of get a date on the horizon when this would happen. You have about 2 years to make sure you reconcile what you're going to do with the existing property and how you'll do the satellite delivery in Elgin and Aurora. So, this was an example that was put forward. I think I can't remember where it came from, but we were asked to talk about our property taxes and how much we spend on public health. And this is the population, the gross amount, and then the cost per capita. It just gives you kind of a cross section of the surrounding larger counties and how much we spend per capita on the health department. I don't have an opinion about that, but I can tell you that the numbers speak for themselves. Our property taxes don't go into the health department largely compared to the neighbors surrounding us. So, there was also a question about the site and what we have at the judicial center parcels. I put this together. This is not engineered document by any means. But this gives you an idea of the sites that are on the property. To the north of 38, you'll see it says restricted by public act. It's 1 million square feet of land that we own. It's being farmed by a local farmer right now. There's also, 2 spots where the judiciary have planned over time where they would expand either to the northwest or the northeast of the building. There is a spot to the east of the Juvenile Justice Center. It's 300,000 square feet of land. And there is a site to the southeast that is also 500,000 square feet of land. So you're talking about potentially a 50,000 square foot building. If that building's 2 stories, let's say it's 30,000 square foot at ground level plus parking, you might use 60 to 100,000 square feet of 500,000 square feet. So that just gives you the perspective of what we're looking for. We are discussing with State's Attorney's Office and Legislative Committee the Public Act 86-729 and the potential that, for dealing with the restrictions on that for criminal courts. That's yet to be dealt with.
Just the definition, restricted versus unrestricted.
Sure. Restricted is related to the Public Act 86-729. When that property was deeded to the county, it was deeded by the Illinois Department of Corrections, and it has limited uses. One of those uses is criminal courts. The other use for those parcels is a drug and alcohol, I think, rehabilitation treatment center. And that was added in a few years back. They added that when there was discussion about doing the treatment center. So one of that's one of the things that we're talking about is if the county wants to eventually use any of that property for other government uses, we would want to have that language looked at.
Yes, Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the square footage, as we try to calculate, we get the square footage of the building.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that you added in the parking lot, but also we need to figure in detention pond.
Yes.
Because as you see on there, the size of ponds that we already have, that can take up a lot of square footage possible, especially based on location.
Surprisingly, the aerial does not have the solar field on there. So that big patch of field on the lower left is all solar field. You can't put a pond there.
Something is missing in this picture.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it'd be a good idea now to start somewhat calculating that.
That would be part of the site plan. When you start developing the site plan for the utilities and the roads and the development of the sites, you would come in and you would be allocating. We have to work obviously with water resources and determine the stormwater and the retention.
And if you can just reflect on the 2014 master plan that was
Yeah.
developed by a previous board.
So, yeah, going back, I mean, even to the time when this property was purchased back in the 80s and when the Judicial Center was built in the early 90s, this has been the destination for county government for well over 30 years. The original plan when they purchased and deeded the property in the Public Act 86 was that it was going to be used for criminal courts. They bought the other 2 parcels as well. And then in the 2014 master plan, I believe the 2006 version, the 2014 version, certainly had this as the location for the government campus for Kane County. Since then, since the time of the last master plan, they've added the sheriff's building was added in 2008 from the original master plan. And then we did the multi-purpose building, which is a sheriff's garage, maintenance facility, and building management. And there's been some expansions to the courts. that original master plan had the expansion of the judicial center to the northeast of the judicial center where it says 80,000 square feet. This more recent version, we've been talking about 90,000, the 90,000 square feet to the northwest. Instead of going out the front door, you go out the side door to get to offices and additional space. But that's yet to be determined. I mean, that in and of itself is probably in the 3 to 10 year type of horizon for just planning.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And one more thing, the government center itself, in the master plan that's going to be at the committee of the whole and admin, this is a little preview. The government center, we're seeing that as a long-term project. So it's not even in the midterm. We realize that the priority of events so far, and that's up to the board to decide still, it's not decided, but in our presentation, you're going to see kind of the technical recommendations and the various options. And you're going to see short-term, you're going to see the health department in there. You're going to see the need for some of these immediate needs in office space. Then you're going to see this kind of mid-range, which is more dealing with the courts and the offices at the judicial public safety campus. And then you're going to see the government center come in after.
Good. A distant third.
Yeah.
A distant third.
That's fine.
Yes, Ms. Gomes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank you, Roger, and
Sure.
Roger and Heidi and I met. We discussed that public act, which we are working on, just FYI, because of those restrictions. There are, just so you guys are aware, there are some concerns about when that public act was amended in 2021. There are some further concerns that are related to the quit claim deed and the original intent, so that's being looked into. It's also been given to our legislators. I mean, I'm in support of this, but there might be some hiccups there, and I'm sure you're aware of that already, but I just wanted everybody to be aware of that there might be some hiccups because it's associated with the original language, which says upon a condition of the land is used upon condition that the land is used for the construction of a criminal courts complex and no other purpose by the grantee. That's directly tied to that quit claim thing. So they're looking into if this is going to cause a problem.
But that does not, just confirmation, that has nothing to do with the 500,000 square feet parcel.
No, the parcel to the far north or the million square feet, that's the same parcel as the parcel immediately south of Route 38. Those are actually one parcel ID split by a state route. Those were the parcels that were deeded and transferred to the county at the time of the public act. The lower parcels are separate from that. And actually the parcel in the middle that looks like a finger sticking through the middle, that is a NICOR parcel. That is their property. It's not an easement, it's their property.
So just to clarify, the proposed site for this potential health department building is no control by the state legislator, that is clearly owned by the county.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank
They're all titled to the county. There's just some deeds that you'd have to record if you change the legislation.
Okay,
But
okay.
that's all
But those are the other.
for discussion. Yeah,
parcels. Okay.
I can't fix that today.
That's not the purview of this discussion.
But we're working on it.
I
Yeah.
understand. And
And I will tell you that that's come up many times before and it's never been resolved. It came up in 2014 when they were talking about it. And I think the attitude maybe was, well, we'll deal with it when we get to it.
when we get to it.
So, and here you are 17 years later.
Yes, ma'am.
So can that language be changed? Can it be modified?
I believe anything can be done. You just have to go through the legal and make sure that we get all of the things that need to be changed, but
And,
it's a process.
and drug and alcohol treatment would be a use?
They defined that in a bill that was passed. He said 2021.
Correct.
I believe that was at the time the legislator was Keith Wheeler that sponsored it. And the language was put in there so that we could add that use if the judicial public safety partners wanted to do that kind of service. They were looking out for themselves to make sure that they had that language fixed.
Again, that's got nothing to do with the matter at
Yeah.
hand.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, thank you for this. Are there any other questions? Y-
Madam Chair Ford.
Okay, Mr. Ford?
So I am in favor of what we want to do with our health department. One of the things as we go along that I'm gonna question is the relocation of it, but that's just telling you where I'm at. But my question is, I see the timeline, and my concern always have been is the timeline. I do have a strong construction background, and the question is, if we get towards, if we go along with this, we get towards the end and find out we're in trouble timeline, can we redirect these funds before the end of the year?
Mr. Sanchez?
We would have to have an eligible project of similar cost ready to go,
Or projects?
or projects, multiple, to add to our 70 that we already have ongoing.
And then just clarification for that, and that's an appropriate question. When, oh, I'm so sorry. I said that's a very appropriate question. When would you have an idea with the plan architect that you would feel that there may be an issue in, I would assume probably by August?
Yeah, I mean, we would plan to have the contract for the guaranteed maximum price back in committee and reviewing it throughout, but October is our time frame to get it to the full county board. So you'd probably be seeing the plan in September. And then we'd be bringing it into October into committee for the approvals. So, you know, you're going to have to do a lot of concept and planning work to get the plan program into place so they can make the appropriate pricing. That's just part of the process. I don't want to try to shortchange that and think that we can do it, you know, faster than you can. I think one of the things that's true too, Madam Chair, and
we've got, if we may, Mr. Linder, you have your hand up, please.
Yes, thank you. You know, I just want to insert a comment here. We have to do something about the health department. I'm going to vote yes on this today. But before I vote yes on a final plan, we need to flesh out how we're going to serve those population bodies in Aurora and Elgin with increased efficiency of those satellite offices and or some transportation plans or something, right? The centralized location makes a lot of sense, but it does not do everything we need to do with those communities. So we need to also flesh those plans out. I'll vote yes today.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Isaacson is nodding his head in agreement with you, and that can happen. I also want to just share that I had the opportunity to meet with probably 20 community members, and they are very from diverse, all from Carpentersville through Aurora, belonging to the same organization, and they are asking for a centralized location to have regional meetings. They say it's very convenient for them to be able to meet together in one location rather than having to go diverse locations, whether it be all the way down to Aurora or all the way up to Carpentersville. They would prefer a centralized location. But to your point, absolutely, Mr. Linder. Yes, Mr. Roth.
Roger, are we done with this presentation? I had before I made my comment. Okay. Okay. One of the things I wanted to bring up, and it really falls under communication, because some of the comments made today, you know, we need this. And I've had a discussion. I've been meeting with Michael and continue. I think one of the key things is communication. We need to document, and maybe it's been done in the past. What is the public health department providing? You know, we have 75 employees. They're not all giving COVID shots. We have, you know, health inspectors for restaurants, et cetera. And what I've started the discussion with Michael, we need to identify, here's all the services. And then out of that, we need to say, what are the services? And this is applying best business practices. What are the must-haves? What are the would-likes? and what are the nice to haves. We can't afford the nice to haves. And then we need to identify it and do our vision. Here's where we're at currently. Here's the issues we have. Here's our vision where we want to be. And then best practices. What are other counties doing? Not necessarily doing a cost analysis, but on what are best practices on service. Some services are required by law, right? State and federal. So we kind of have, those are the must-haves. And then lay it out as a vision. And then and that's where you get the scope control. Yes, we want to have satellites, but that's not going to happen in phase 1. That may be phase 3. There may be something in phase 9 that never happens because you evolve just like we do our big 2040 plan and stuff. But we got to lay down the vision. What do we provide? Because when you start dividing up everything Michael provides, 75 people is probably not there. And a lot of them are traveling all the time. The health inspectors are out inspecting.
As they should be.
And that's why I think that's a communication so the public know, what are we providing? I think Michael's doing a good job with what he's doing, you know, and I'm not going to belabor it. You know, 10 years ago, it got cut in half for whatever reason. That's water under the bridge. We need to go forward and then look at efficiencies. By doing certain services, it's saving us money in the long run, right? If we provide, you know, public health, we have less people getting sick, which saves the county money in the long run, as an example.
It increases.
And I
economic
think that's important. We
productivity.
communicate, document that, and then communicate it because people are questioning, why do we need a building? That will help us provide that justification.
Could you provide that graph for our next meeting for the board? Thank you. Thank you.
And I'm trying to set up to meet with him to,
Okay.
you know, explain that more
Okay.
because I think it's critical we do that.
Fine.
Because
Madam
that's,
Chair?
Yes, Mr. Rath.
I totally agree with Mr. Roth and what he's had to say. And that is one of the foci of the Public Health Committee this year is that we started in January bringing forth in front of the committee people who are benefiting from the programs. And we are going to be highlighting every month in our committee meetings another program that the Public Health Department does offer and who it benefits and what they're accomplishing. And it you know, prevention is always less costly than addressing things after the issue. And that's one of the things that we're going to be focusing on as we bring this to everybody to see what good job and specifically what good jobs the Public Health Department does.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you. Any other? Mr. Davos.
Thank you. Mr. Roth is right. Each of you that's spoken, I agree with you know, everything that's been said. It's important to differentiate, and it was said earlier, between the capital expense and obligating funds for operations. This, you know, the exercise of figuring out mandated services and a wish list is always important. This particular opportunity, however, it is a source of funds that we're unlikely to ever see again, and is particularly suited to a capital expense. I remember, you know, many years ago looking at building a new jail and struggling with, you know, with a budget and what we needed right at that moment, and fortunately built something that was more than we needed right then. And it has served us well since and will for many, many years to come. And that's the opportunity I think we're looking at here, is a structure that can serve, you know, needs that we don't necessarily have right now, and certainly shouldn't be obligating any money to operationally. If some of it sits empty, in fact, that may be the reality of it. But leaving $18 million on the table is going to be, you know, pretty tough to swallow also when you get into, you know, the beginning of 2025 and look back. So I guess my other question, and I think Mr. Ford touched on some of it, is how far into this can you go before you either redirect or pull the plug? Because maybe, you know, our perspective changes, or we get additional information, or the feds tip their hands about what they're going to approve or not approve. How far can we go with minimal risk and investment and still step away from it if necessary? I don't know if that's a question for Jarrett or for the committee, but.
So I guess have the B plan ready.
I'm okay to call the question.
All right, are we all ready?
If I might, Madam Chair.
Yes, and I
just in
think we
the-
need to, Mr.
The
Sanders, will you
ongoing
do a
saga.
summary?
Yeah, the ongoing saga of my brain fog. The amendment that I made, it was to item number 2, actually. It was reversed from the order of the ARPA agenda. So I apologize for any confusion. I think we all knew we were talking about the $18 million, not revenue recoupment money. So my apologies. Hopefully that is acceptable for the amendment, for the record. But yeah, to summarize, essentially, we are looking at 18 million from main ARPA fund, over 6 million from the revenue recoupment fund, which is a mechanism that came out of ARPA. And we have all of this conversation and information before us. We have some questions and information from our state's attorney. We have a lot to do our homework on and come to the board next week with and decide if we want to move forward at that point, if we need more time to wait, or if we want to look elsewhere to spend this money. So.
Okay, thank you. And if I can direct this committee, if you have any further questions, please send those to Heidi or to Roger so that those questions can be addressed for next week's meeting. Okay, and if any of the board members are listening, I would ask them to do the same so that we can promptly answer those questions appropriately. Yes. All right, with that, we're ready. Clerk, please call the roll on, this is on items number 1 and 2. Just two separate votes. Okay, thank you. Ready for this?
This
would
is
be
for the first
resolution, correct?
Allen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford, Gums,
Gums is no.
Caius,
Yes, yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Sturgis,
Surges no at this time.
Tepe.
Deputy, yes.
Passes. With 13 yeses and 2 nos.
Ready, may I please have a motion and a second to approve the second resolution?
Bates moves.
Strathman seconds.
Didn't we move them together?
Together, right? So we don't have to do this again. My apologies, I can withdraw that.
I'm sorry.
We move already.
Yeah, you're
So-
doing 2 separate votes, so this
so-
would be the second one as amended.
Call motion to discuss it. I withdraw that.
Yes, you already have a motion and a second. We've had discussion. You can call it if you'd like.
Okay, may we call the vote on item number 2?
And I have moving and seconding Sanchez and Caius for both of those, correct?
That was for the original, yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Allen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums no.
Caius,
Yes, yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Surges no.
Tepe.
Deputy, yes.
Passes again with 14 yeses and 2 nos. I'm sorry, 13 yeses and 2 nos.
All right.
And one more from the American Rescue Plan Committee.
Absolutely.
Resolution number 3 here, authorizing an amendment to the agreement with Kane County American Rescue Plan Consultant and corresponding use of additional state and local fiscal recovery funds. I will move and ask for a second.
Strathman will second.
So this is just, we need to extend our contract with our third-party consultant. Every step of the way, every year so far, we come back and we have projections on how much money we may need. We weren't able to bring on our own staff as quickly as possible because we did have turnover in our program manager position, which kind of delayed our bringing on of new staff, which we're working on, and you'll see a resolution hopefully next month regarding that as well. So we do have a continuing need for a third-party consultant that's agreed to by our entire team, including the state's attorney's office. But going forward, the requirements of their services will be greatly reduced. So the amount you see in front of you is for the life of the program. It's not just for the next year like we've typically been doing. This is asking to extend our not to exceed amount of expenditures through the life of the program. Another thing that has come up, the Treasury is changing its guidance all the time. They are now requiring us to essentially file how much we are projecting to spend on administrative costs by April of this year. So a little different than our other restrictions that allow us to wait until the end of this year, until December 31st this year to figure out what we're going to do with the money for administrative costs. We need to give them a projection essentially this quarter, this fiscal quarter. So that is before you. I'll take any questions that you may have at this time.
Any questions? I see none. All right, with that, clerk, please call the roll.
Allen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Davis. Mr. Davis,
I think one bark means yes.
I don't know, two barks is a no. I don't
Barks
know.
is no.
Mr. Davist? Oh, why don't you come back?
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Comes no.
Caius,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linda, yes. Apologize for the dogs.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges,
Surges, yes.
Pepe.
Deputy, yes.
Davis, yes. Sorry,
Thank
technical
you.
difficulty there for a moment.
Passes.
Okay, it passes. All right, thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Well done. Mr. Kenyon?
We have a resolution authorizing the approval of qualified vendors to provide technical services for food and agricultural processes to aid farmers to become helpful to the population.
It's always a good.
I would move and look for a second.
Sanchez seconds.
Thank
You
you.
want an explanation, Mark Van Kirk office? Here to explain it. The better explanation.
Is there any questions on this item? No? Okay, very good. Clerk, please call the roll.
Allen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Davis,
For the farmers, yes.
Yeah.
Ford, Gums, Caius,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linda, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Pepe.
Deputy, yes.
Passes.
Mr. Ford?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a resolution to establish the Office of Community Reinvestment, Investments, Finance, and Administration Division. This position of existing Director for Finance and Administration and a transfer of workforce development physical staff from the Finance Department to the Office of Community Reinvestment. I just want to say, I'm making a motion, but just have the understanding that this department is not located at this facility, government center, that is actually located in Batavia, right by a one-stop shop, part of the one-stop shop.
Yes, Mr. Surges.
Madam Chair, I would ask that this item just be moved to later in the agenda, after item, before item 13.
Second his motion.
Second, Mr. Surges' motion.
No, that guy there, Mr. Ford.
All right, we will be discussing it, but
Move along. Don't you have any place to be?
There is I believe we need to have a second on
Motion in a second.
a motion and a second. And now Mr. Sturgis made a motion to move this to the end of
Before item 13.
before item 13. I will, I believe I have the authority to move that. So
Madam Chair, point of order, wouldn't it be after 13 because we have to return to open session
session,
to
so it's
vote?
after 13, before committee reports. So I would like to, with your courtesy, I would like to just simply move that. And we'll be very brief with our conversation, Mr. Kenyon, and we'll speedily along, hopefully approving of Mr. Berman's opus. So with that, we'll move that to a later date, later time in the agenda, but will be discussed.
Does anyone need to take a break at this point in time? Would that be permissible? Anyway, moving on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I was saying 15 minutes, yes.
Let's get through finance and through this approval, and then we can take a little stretch break.
All right. I have 24 resolutions, but I will ask that resolution 10, 11, and 12 be taken out. Other than that, unless there's some other motion or some other resolution that somebody'd like to keep separate.
You'd like to remove those?
I'd like to move everything but 10, 11, and 12.
Madam Chair Gums,
Yes, Ms. Gums.
I would like to remove 2 and 3.
Okay. All right. That's it? Okay, go ahead.
Very good, thanks. Resolution 1 is approving the December 2023 claims paid of
Second.
Oh, we need,
I'll second it.
thank you. All right, go ahead.
Back him. Back.
That was a total of $16,177,980.89. And item 4 is a resolution authorizing the contract for the Kane County air compressor equipment and services for $100,000. Item 5 is a resolution authorizing the contract for the Kane County fencing repair, replacement, and installation, $100,000. Item 6 is a resolution authorizing the contract for window washing services, $28,950. Item 7, a resolution authorizing the contract for engineering and design of an HVAC system for the Adult Judicial Center, $1,131,146. And item 8 is a resolution authorizing the contract for the Plato Tower rental lease of $29,172.96. And item 9, a resolution authorizing the contract for the King County Animal Control Generator Installation Project of $77,856. Item 13, a resolution authorizing the contract for the King County Moving Services corrected item of $300,000. Item 14 is a resolution authorizing a contract extension for the Mill Creek SSA Parkway Tree Service for $20,456.80. And 15 is a resolution authorizing a contract extension for the Mill Creek SSA Parking Tree Installation Service of $60,000. And item 16 is the resolution authorizing agreement with the White and Country for the Public Defender's Office renovation of $50,000. And item 17 is an authorizing agreement with the Illinois Department of Public Health and Family Services to allow medical presumptive eligibility for pregnant women program and family planning. And item 18 is an resolution authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with the DuPage County for juvenile detention services. And 19 is a ordinance providing for payment of toll bridge revenue bonds, sales tax supported Series 218 with the County of Kane in advance of maturity and authorization, and directing the execution of an escrow agreement in connection therein. Item 20 is a resolution authorizing payment to Unsolved for Code Red and IPAWS for Kane County Office of Emergency Management and out of the Public Safety Sales Tax Fund 125 of $34,414.34. And 21 is a resolution ratifying an emergency purchase affidavit to purchase two 2024 Ford E-Transit 350 cargo vans for the Building Management Department, $98,630.52. And item 22, a resolution revision to the Kane County Finances Policy, which we reviewed. And item 23 is a resolution authorizing the creation of a special revenue fund for the processing of additional compensation for stipends for certain elected officials and department heads. It's a special revenue fund number 020. 24 is a resolution adopting a revenue and approval process for county agreements. It's a new revenue and approval process. And that's the end of part.
Not revenue.
Review, yes, I'm sorry. That's the end of my consent.
Okay, very good. That's the end of consent. Clerk, please call the roll.
Allen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Sanchez,
Yes, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Sturgis,
Surges, yes, but I think I need to abstain on number 9.
Tepe.
Pepe, yes.
Passes.
Friday. Okay, Mr.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve resolution 2, authorizing the budget adjustment assigning $5 million from Health Department Fund number 350 fund balance to be used in capital line item for new public health facility,
Bates,
$5
second.
million.
Okay, second discussion? Is there any discussion on this? Hearing none. Clerk, please call the roll.
Allen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
No.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Sturgis,
Burgess, no.
Tepe.
Pepe, yes.
Passes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And item 3 is a resolution authorizing transfer impact fee funds into North Impact Fee Fund number 558, Central Impact Fee Fund number 559, and the South Impact Fee Fund number 560.
Okay,
Madam Chair, Gums.
we need a second on that. Are you
I'll second it.
Okay, and Ms. Combs?
Was removed by error, so.
Oh, removed by error? Okay, very good. All right, we're ready. If there's no other further discussion, please call the roll.
Allen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Sturgis,
Yes.
Tepe.
Yes.
Passes.
Very good.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, for item number 10, 11, and 12, I asked for approval for those, but before that, I'd like to have Mr. Van Kerkhoff speak.
Okay.
Good morning, Mark Van Kerkhoff, Kane County Development Department. We have 3 resolutions. All 3 are resolutions approving and authorizing Madam Chairman to sign contracts with 3 of our vendors for our agricultural grant projects. And state's attorney review of the resolution, they pointed out that we had used an older version of the therefore authorizing Madam Chairman, so it's a minor wording change, but they advised us that we needed to have you make that change by amendment to those three resolutions. And then two of the contracts, one for NBA, item number 11 and item number 12 are minor changes in the contract regarding the insurance requirements. One of our, both vendors are small consulting firms. One of them pointed out that our boilerplate insurance requirements were financially burdensome to them, requested to have those altered. We reviewed that with the state's attorney's office, and they reviewed it with our insurance carrier and advised that those were appropriate changes. We wanted to treat both small consulting firms the same, so both resolutions need to be amended for the contract amounts. So those are the nature of the amendments to those three resolutions.
Very good. Oh, could you read those into the record, please? Do you have those available for the record?
They are available.
Yeah, I can read those into the record.
We still need a second, though.
Madam Chair, there still has not been a motion made to approve or second.
That's what we're doing right now.
I made a motion to.
Who wants the second? Ms. Rathman?
I'll move to amend and to reflect what I believe Mr. Van Kerkhoff is going to read.
Certainly. So
Need a second on that amendment, Caius?
Second. Thank you.
so for item 10, the amendment would be to amend the resolution authorizing a contract with the University of Illinois Extension to provide farm business training services for King County food growers. The amendment would be to entirely remove the therefore clause and replace with the following. Now therefore be it resolved by the King County Board that the King County Board Chairman is hereby authorized to execute a contract with the University of Illinois Extension not to exceed $299,185 in the form that is attached in as Exhibits A and B. The amendment for number 11 for a resolution authorizing a contract with New Venture Advisors LLC to provide food and agricultural project consulting services. Again, remove entirely the therefore clause and replace with now therefore be it resolved by the King County Board that the King County Board Chairman is hereby authorized to execute a contract with New Venture Advisors LLC not to exceed $305,000 in the form that is attached in Exhibit A. The amendment to the contract for the NBA contract would be to change the general liability requirements from $2 million to $1 million and to entirely remove insurance requirements C, D, and E.
Okay, thank you.
And then for item 12, resolution authorizing a contract with Ellen Camps to provide food and agricultural project consulting services. Again, remove entirely the therefore and replace it with now therefore be it resolved by the King County Board that the King County Board Chairman is hereby authorized to execute a contract with Ellen Camps not to exceed $170,000 in the form that is attached as Exhibit A. And then also to amend the contract that would change the general liability amount from $2 million to $1 million and to remove requirements C, D, and E entirely.
Yes, ma'am.
Is Ellen Camps an LLC? Is she an LLC?
I believe she is, yes.
Okay, because don't our consultants need to be LLCs or not?
I wouldn't be able to answer
No.
that question. What legal
No?
form?
Okay.
Mr. Shepro, was that a no?
No, yes, it was a no.
They could be a
I
corporation.
appreciate the confirmation.
But it doesn't
Say
sound
what?
like she's an
Is there any discussion on these changes? I believe we have to have a vote on accepting the changes. Clerk, please call the roll.
Alan?
Alan, I.
This is on the amendments.
Bates, yes.
Berman?
Berman, yes.
Davis?
Davis, yes.
Ford?
Ford, yes.
Gums?
Gums, yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Pepe.
That'd be yes.
Amendment passes.
All righty. Now we're back to the resolution for 10, 11, and 12. I believe we have to take each one separately. So with no other further discussion, please call the roll for number 10.
Allen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Burgess, yes.
Pepe.
That'd be yes.
Passes.
Okay, no further discussion. Item number 11, please call the roll.
Allen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Tepe.
That'd be yes.
Passes.
All right, no further discussion. Item number 12, clerk, please call the roll.
Allen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Kenyon, Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Tepe.
That'd be yes.
Passes.
Okay, very good. That concludes Mr. Berman's.
Thank you.
All righty, we're almost done, and then we can take our break. Mr. Surges.
Human Services has one item for your consideration. It's just a housekeeping item, resolution amending the personal policy handbook sections regarding extended illness leave.
You're not using your microphone.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Is that better?
Yes.
We have one item, housekeeping item, resolution amending the personal policy handbook section regarding extended illness leave.
We have a second.
Sanchez, seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Is there any discussion? No? All right, clerk, please call the roll.
Allen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Kenyon, Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Pepe.
That'd be yes.
Passes.
Very good. Ms. Molina.
Good morning, Madam Chair. The Judicial and Public Safety Committee met on January 11th, and we have two items we'd like to move to the consent agenda. The first is authorizing a fiscal year 23 Emergency Management Program grant for the Office of Emergency Management. And the second is authorization for the Kane County Office of Emergency Management to join the GSA Federal Surplus Property Program. I've moved both.
Okay, thank
Gums
you.
will second.
Second, Ms. Gums, second. Any discussion on either one of these items? Hearing none. Clerk, please call the roll.
Allen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Pepe.
That'd be yes.
Passes.
Very good. Ms. Strathman.
We have in the public health, a resolution authorizing the increase in headcount for new grant-funded home visiting nurses. I make a movement.
Do we have a second?
Gums will second.
Thank you, Ms. Gums. Is there any discussion on this? None? Clerk, please call the roll.
Allen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Pepe.
Tepe, yes.
Passes.
Good. Mr. Davis, your turn.
Good morning again. For the Transportation Committee, we have 7 items this morning. I'll move all 7 and ask for a second.
Berman, second.
Thank you, Mr. Berman. Our first one is the purchase of a 2025 tandem axle truck for use by KDOT. Number 2 is our resolution for our newest Adopt a Highway applicants. Number 3 is a purchase of the body and equipment package for said tandem axle truck in item 1. Number 4 is approving the purchase of the Blend Boss liquid pump, which will allow us to make our own blend that we use at KDOT. It'll be more efficient and save money on our wintertime applications. Number 5 is an IGA with the state of Illinois for the planning and research funding for the Transportation Asset Management Plan. Again, a cost savings move. Number 6, an amendment to a grant agreement with the state of Illinois for Randall Road at Big Timber Road intersection improvements. And we're always happy to have them give us money to help with projects. Which leads us to the number 7, which is even the application. Well, actually, number 7, the RAISE grant funding program. I would ask that we abandon that one in light of the news that we received for the $25 million boost to our railroad crossing at Hops Road being granted to us with the help of our Illinois, our U.S. senators, Duckworth and Durbin, which is a really pleasant surprise. The RAISE one would be nice, but it is, not a sure thing. And this one that we are getting is certainly welcome, and reflects on the fine work that our staff at KDOT does to be recognized this way.
Just for clarification, you'd like to move items number 1 through 6?
Yes, I should have said. I realize now that we didn't replace 7 with the new one. It's although it is all good news, but yes, I'm actually moving 1 through 6. So if Mr. Berman's okay with amending his second to that, then that'd be great.
I'm okay with that as
Yeah,
well.
okay, all righty. All right, so is there any discussion on items 1 through 6? No, then clerk, please call the roll.
Allen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Tepe.
Tepe, yes.
Okay, and number 7 then is going to be removed from the agenda.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes,
May I direct it to Mr. Davis?
yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, can you just tell me why we wouldn't want to do this? I mean, is it like overlapping? Why we wouldn't want to ask for this grant? I mean, I heard
Well-
you. I think that's great. You know what I mean? I get that, but
Mr. Rickard is here. He
oh,
may be
thank
able to
you.
Explain.
It's probably very obvious and I'm not seeing it.
It is overlapping since we did receive recent news that we were awarded the infra funds, the federal infra funds. We do not need to go forward with this now. So
Very good.
That's why it's being pulled.
I said it was obvious. Thank you.
Okay, very good. All right, good news means more work on one end, less work on another. So, okay, very good. Mr. Davis, thank you. So we have one more resolution that is off consent, and I believe that Ms. Molina, you'll be presenting that.
Yes, this is a resolution approving a license agreement permitting Kane County State's Attorney's Office to license office space in the St. Charles Police Department.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Is there any discussion on this item? And just for clarity, what is the purpose of this?
Mr. Ford can provide more details.
Frank Aseo.
Mr. Frank, sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Basically what's going on is a cooperative agreement as it relates to spacing for some of our newer initiatives to try to track down and work towards collaborative efforts with St. Charles, as well as some of the individuals that work on, tech crime, stuff like that. So this is cooperative agreement
Tech
that
crime.
allows them to have the space, or allows us to have their space, but they also get access to some of our abilities.
So this is for internet crime.
Not specifically, but somewhat related.
Okay, some of it is, yes.
Just for the record, can we say the dollar amount?
I'm sorry, could you say?
For $1
Thank
and the
you.
use of the
Thank you.
the equipment
I
and
just wanted
space.
For the record.
Okay,
For the record,
Question,
it's a
should I-
grand total of $1.
okay. Yes,
Be more
Mr.
like that.
Yes, Mr. Shepro?
Yes, is it the intent of the committee that this would be moved to the county board consent agenda for next week?
Yes, I believe my motion was to move to the consent agenda. I just didn't make it on GPS in time to get there.
And my second would be the same.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both. With no further discussion to rent a part of an office or an office for $1 annually with the St. Charles Police Department, could you call the roll?
Allen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Tuppy.
Happy, yes.
Okay, okay, very good. And with that, I'd like to have us take a break for about 5 minutes. Let's reconvene, and we can come back here for executive session.
Good to meet you.
I'm looking right at you and I said Ford, I'm sorry.
Sturgis is having his lunch.
Actually, like, watching.
Acting like a bird.
Oh, I think
Gonna allege something similar.
I am too, just not as organized.
Doing okay, though.
All right, everybody, we're back. Everyone take their seat, please.
Right in the middle, I'm holding stable.
We are going to be going into closed session. So may I please have a motion and a second to enter into executive session?
Bates moves.
Thank you.
For the
Ms.
stated purpose.
And yes, Miss Bates. Could you please let us know what the purpose of this is?
For the purpose of pending litigation.
And-
Discussing pending litigation and employment matters.
Employment, thank you
But
very
you
much.
can't just say
And,
employment. You can't just say employment matters.
I'm
No.
sorry, we've got a lot of secondary conversation. Okay,
You can't just say employment matters.
okay, I'll read the documentation. Thank you.
And
May
I'll-
I have a motion to enter and a second to enter into executive session to discuss pending litigation and the employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of a specific employees.
Bates moves.
Thank you, Ms. Bates.
Strathman seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Strathman.
Madam
Sorry to
Chair,
be in
Sturgis.
trouble.
Oh, yes, and could we make sure as we close, Mr. Ford, we have to make sure that there are no items left.
Ms.
And
Labrillo to
Burns.
say.
Ms. Labrillo is, yes, we'll, absolutely.
I don't know the protocol.
All righty, very good. Okay, so,
Roll call.
hold on a second. You're not seeing what's happening here.
Earning his wages.
I know you, thank you, Mr. Shepard, for running a tight ship.
Right?
Okay.
Is he in a hurry or?
He's got someplace to be.
Um,
Joel.
roll call, please.
Allen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Mm-hmm.
Berman,
Herman's here.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford.
Board president.
Drums here.
This is to go into executive
Go in.
session, by the way. Kenyon,
Yes, here.
Caius,
Yes.
Lewis,
Here's the order.
Linder,
Linda, yes.
Molina, Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Tepe.
Okay, very
Going to
good.
executive.
Does-
All right,
does Mr.
everybody.
Ford wish-
Remember, we got one more
does
step
Mr.
here.
Ford wish to be, sorry.
Hold on
Go
a
ahead.
second.
Does Mr. Ford wish to be recorded as voting yes or present on the motion to enter closed session?
All 12, I'm kidding.
What?
Yes.
Present.
It's confirmed.
We already voted on
He
that.
is, he said yes.
Keep in mind, we're not
Okay.
officially in closed session digitally yet. So those of you online, please accept the invite to go into closed session. Remember, we are live streaming until I tell you we've officially gathered back together again. So accept those invites, and a reminder to those in the room that have joined us digitally, please also accept.
A lot of noise. It doesn't smell like.
Turkey, you say turkey, avocado. Is it slimy or do you make it?
Just
You don't like seeds?
brown peppers.
I'm still missing one person on the line, not a person in the room.
Those are mostly eggs, but Jewel used to have them, now just Trader Joe's.
That's so fortunate.
Trader Joe's.
Buying a lot there, but they have organic beef, but now they don't have grass-fed beef. They have a really good chicken.
be a show.
Blair Silva, I have not received an invite.
Exactly. What's best practice?
That's what I was gonna say. We have to have a performance appraisal thing.
I was shocked without saying it.
We could have a committee.
I was gonna say that you
We could have a, we could have a discipline committee.
But if somebody has a beef with you,
We are in open session.
throw it out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back in open session. Clerk, please call the roll.
Allen,
Allen present.
Bates,
Why don't you sit in one spot?
Berman,
Is this a
you eating
is this a
again?
here or yes?
here.
Here. No problem.
Davis,
Davis here.
Ford, Gums,
Comes here.
Caius,
Caius here.
Kenyon.
Yeah.
Lewis,
Who's here?
Linder,
Linder here.
Molina,
Molina present.
Sanchez,
Sanchez here.
Strathman,
Here.
Surges, Tepe. Nope, Huron.
I'm here.
Should be on my lunch.
All right, Mr. Ford, I believe
Yes,
you
ma'am.
have a resolution to move forward.
For the second or third time, I'd like to make the motion to establish our resolution that established the Office of Community Reinvestment, Finance and Administration Division, the position of existing director for the finance and administration, and the transfer of workforce development physical staff from the finance department to the Office of Community Reinvestment.
Is there a second for that?
Sanchez seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Is there any discussion on this? Is there any, I don't see if people online.
I have a.
We're all there, but I need to see if they have a hand raised. Okay, I see
Madam Chairman?
no discussion. Yes, there we go. Hello.
Thank you. So, based on some of the things that we were told in closed session, I would like to, move this, I'm sorry, another month. As long as our current finance department is able to cover the mandatory state reports as they have been in the last few months.
Okay, so is that a motion?
Yes.
No.
Okay, is there a second for that?
Linder
Alan?
second.
Thank you, Mr. Linder. There's a motion and a second to move this to March, the March meeting.
Was that a motion to postpone?
Yes.
Yes, till next month.
Is there any discussion on this? Yes, Mr. Sanchez.
I'll just make the comment that I'm not sure that how this action has any relation to what we just discussed. And I'm not in favor of it at this time.
Okay, thank
The
you.
postponing or the?
Postponing.
Yes, Mr. Caius?
Without trying to reiterate, I'll point out that this was a completely separate topic and the state's attorney,
I cannot,
not to.
yeah. So it's just a matter, do you want to postpone this until March?
I'd say let's not, let's get it done. It has nothing to do with
We
anything.
got to vote. We got.
You
Let's
got to
vote.
vote.
Got to vote. on it.
Is there any other discussion on moving the motion on the table to move this
I'd say
item?
postponement?
Postpone, thank you, postpone until the March meeting.
Yes.
Let's
Done? All right, you ready to call roll? Clerk, please call the roll. And this is on the motion to postpone to March.
Allen,
Allen, no.
Bates,
States no.
Berman,
Berman, no.
Davis,
Davis, no.
Ford,
Ford, no.
Gums,
Comes no.
Caius,
Caius, no.
Kenyon,
No.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, no.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, no.
Strathman, Surges.
Abstain.
Abstain. Pepe.
Let me know.
That, I did not hear the vote, Mr. Tepe? Yes or no?
I said no.
No? Okay, thank you.
It does not pass to be postponed.
Okay, so we're back to discussion on the resolution. Any further conversation on this item? Seeing none online, clerk, please call the roll.
Allen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Caius,
Guys, yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, no.
Linder,
Linder, no.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges. Tepe
Dumpy, yes.
passes.
Okay, passes. All righty. Committee reports. I just have a couple of updates. Just information I'd like to share with you. There was a very good tabletop discussion that was done yesterday by Office of Emergency Management, and it was about a tornado and pretending that a major tornado had hit Kane County and the end results of that. It was highly informative, and after it was over with, I had a meeting with Chief Judge and Judge Hull. And I mentioned about the tabletop, and they would very much like to have that done for their offices. And I'd like to bring that opportunity to you to see if you would like to have a demonstration at a time to be arranged in the future, where you can also learn about what happens when an emergency like that may come forward, to know what everybody's role in and how the county interfaces with all of that. And then I'll ask them to do the same thing for the judges and any of the elected officials with judicial.
Madam Chair, Surges, are you speaking in terms of our buildings and employees and staff, or
The
it
county.
wiped out Geneva and how do we assist the
Actually,
residents?
what happened is Mill Creek got wiped out, the Fabian School got wiped out.
Okay.
And then Walmart was just smacked. And then, God help us all, Portillo's was down.
Yeah, okay, I understand now. Thank you.
So I thought it was
Yeah,
very
too scary now.
informative, and when this happens, I think, because it hopefully will never happen, but if it does, we all know the role the board plays, and it may hit your district. So with that, I think it's never.
It already
Never.
did.
Never. The other thing is that
Madam Chair,
yes.
Would
Mr.
would
Bell.
that fall under the cow, that presentation?
It could possibly, yes.
I think
Yeah, I
that would
just
make
wanted to make
sense.
sure that that was something that you would like to have, and
Yes.
it's very informative. I think you'll all have a great interest in it. The other one is addressing a conversation I had with all of our department heads. And I asked them if they could provide goals for this year, both the goals that they're going to look to achieve with their budget, as well as any future goals as we start going into the next budget year. This is information that I would like for you to have. I've gotten some of the reports, but I would urge all of you, and I can't commend you to do this, but I would like to have you do this. Is have the opportunity to meet with each one of your department heads and ask for their goals in writing, and make sure that they are shared with me so we can keep a copy of it, so we can go further conversation, and then manage those goals with them so that you can just offer any advice, opportunities, as well as take a look as when we're going through the budget of what their budget requirements are, so that you can wisely advocate for them and support them, or amend the budget as appropriate. So I'm going to urge you all to do that. I think that'll be best practices. And then we can come together with your committee updates to share what those goals are, and see how they may intersect with each other. And the last thing is I've asked for Roger, and they're working on it now, as well as our public information officer. I saw a draft and we sent it back for further amendments. Just property tax. How is our property tax displayed for our taxpayers? So that they can see a visual graph of where their money goes to, if it's going to a park district for the municipal or for their municipality or a village, as well as what, obviously with Kane County, but all the variety of different taxing bodies, where it is with the graph. I think, or either it's going to be a bar graph or it's going to be a circle graph, a pie graph, which will display that. That way, everyone will be able to get a really good visual representation, even for those people who have a difficult time surfing through all of this. You'll be able to click on your property or properties that you may own, and you'll be able to figure out, where do my taxes go in a very easy format. So that's going to be there, that's being worked on, and I think it'll be of great value to all of us. We've already had our legislative update. And now I'd like to, yes, we have
Report?
committee reports and you're,
Okay, I waited a long time for
thank you,
this.
sure did. Thank you.
The Energy and Environmental Committee is having our public comment sessions for the Climate Action Plan. We had our first one last night at the Geneva Library. Thank you for attending, Madam Chair. And Ms. Leslie was there also. So we are having another one tonight at 6 o'clock at the Gail Borden Library. If you have anything to go to at 5 o'clock, you can do both. There will also be one on February 21st at the Aurora Santori Library, also at 6 o'clock. February 24th at Hawthorne Nature Center from 11 to 2. We will be having a workshop on planning the implementation of this program. We had about 100 people last night. That's how excited the people of Kane County are about our climate action plan and about helping save our planet. And as a little preview, the Energy and Environmental Committee is working on a large grant from the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant, which is part of the Inflation Reduction Act. So that will be coming up soon. So come tonight if you can. Thanks.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Is there any other? Yes. Mr.
This is Caius with administration. Just to remind everyone, and Roger kind of identified it as as far as the master plan. And we found out this morning just how important it is to plan ahead so that we're ready to do with capital projects and things well ahead of time. We will hope to be addressing the master plan preliminarily or in a next to the final stage next month, I believe in Cal or in a Cal soon to be in your neighborhood. And then finally at we'll have an adoption next 2 months.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Roth, you had your hand up.
Yeah, just a clarification for Ms. Bates.
Yes,
Are
sir.
you going to email out those additional meetings? Because you had sent out about the 2 library sessions, but just so we can put them in our calendar, please.
We can do that. And one more thing. I wish Ms. Mann was still here because she's done a fantastic job getting out the publicity on all of this. So I'm grateful.
Okay, she's nice. Thank you. We'll make sure that we share that with her personally. If you would be so kind. Is there anybody else? All right, now let's move to public comment. If everyone can just give me a minute.
These
You-
two, and then
We just need more lawyers.
Brian and
Lawyers. I have been known to use the word
Yeah.
icky lawyer. The icky lawyers are.
All right, we're now going into public comment. We have some speakers who want to speak off agenda. Please note that you will have 3 minutes to speak off agenda. And the first speaker, well, I'll just go in order of what I have right now. Brian Anderson.
Good afternoon, Brian Anderson, Sugar Grove. Before we get started, one of the citizens informed me I did not get my full 5 minutes. Is there any way to check that? They said I only got 3 minutes during my 5-minute session. So can we go back and check that?
Brian, I timed it. You had 5 minutes, 21 seconds, 0.9.
Thank you much, Mr. Roth. So thank you for that clarity. Because I only have 3 minutes, I'm going back. I was going to speak on immigration. I'm not going to do that now. I'm reminded of Thomas Paine, common sense. This is on the Elgin Health County Healthcare Building on their door right now. New customers, services hours for the Kane County Health Department, Aurora and Elgin location, effective immediately, April 19th, 2016. Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming into our 39th year of the Kane County Health Department. Build it and they will come. They have not come. This is from 2016, 8 years ago. The location in Elgin is open 1 day a week. That's it. We have 530,000 people that live in Kane County. If people wanted these services, they would be ballooning. I may mispronounce his name. Roger Fomstock, when he was up here talking about the 2 locations. I live 12 minutes from the Aurora location. It has great signage. It's across from a hospital. There's a mental health facility next door. There's some other facilities around it. Not a bad location. The location in Elgin that I went to yesterday, hardly any signage. So if I lived in Elgin and I didn't know, I wouldn't know. There was nobody there. 75 team members. I implore the board to look at the payroll. How many of the 75 are full-time? How many are part-time? What's our benefits? We need to look at the big picture here. One thing I didn't talk about, 2020, Illinois, massive nursing shortage, okay? So build it and they will come. We already have staffing problems. At the last meeting I came to, Ernst & Young said, hey man, we're happy to charge you $200 an hour, but if you'd hire more employees paying $31 an hour, we're going to save you money. We just paid $1.9 million. We can't even get people hired here in Kane County to work on some administrative, and you've got big picture ideas of building and expanding. Now, all of us go to the DMV. They're typically in a strip center. They give you basic services. You wanna have a new Kane County Health building? That's fine. Find a strip center. Make it bare bones. Put the right people in there at the right time, at the right location, doing the right services. I'm actually, as a citizen, all for that. But we do not need a $50 million building, okay? And I'm going to leave you with this, if I can find it. Because we want to be the Mayo Clinic of Kane County. They just spent $5 billion on a new project. So
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Anderson, your time is up again. Thank you. Terry Bauer.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Is it on?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to give you a little bit of a public service announcement here today. My husband did his training for election judge. His last session was hands-on with the machines. And while he was going through a sample ballot, one of the selections was not what he chose. In other words, he did his voting on the sample ballot, and as it printed out, he looked at it and he realized that while he did vote for Abraham Lincoln, because they used silly names on the ballot, he did not vote for John Muir. The machine chose a different name than what he had selected. How are we supposed to have confidence in our selections if the demonstration doesn't even show what it's supposed to show? The people running the training said that there have been some issues. I heard it explained as an alias. Why would there be an alias that prints out? I don't understand that. So I guess I need to go talk to the office and see why that would be the case. The people running the training said there were issues. I know for sure that other problems have been occurring. Paper put into the scanner crumpled up. Voters, be cautioned. Voters, be sure you check your ballot. when the ballot comes out, be sure you look at it. And I've heard the print is really small. I know that you can adjust the font, but when you adjust the font on the screen, does it print out that way? These are questions I'm going to be asking. So check your ballot before you put it into the scanner. Be sure that if there are any errors, that you take care of those errors. I'm hoping that the elections people have tons of extra ballot paper for all the glitches that the ballot marking device will make. These things need to be checked out. Thank you. Public service announcement. Thank you.
Ms. Bauer. Diana Holmer.
Yeah, I actually had the same experience. I had my tech judge training 10 days ago. And when my ballot printed out too, the ballot sheet is an actual 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. But this is the space that my 5 names and their offices printed out as. So I don't know why the printout has to be that small. And I just checked also, and one of my selections was wrong. And the trainer, she did say, yes, there were bugs in the system. I just think at this point, I think early judging starts tomorrow. It's kind of concerning that we're still working out bugs. She said, if it happens on election day, of course, you need to spoil the ballot, let them do this step over again. She said, if it happens again, then call the office because then it'll really be a problem. And I don't know, my experience is that it has happened again and it's now a pattern. So then I talked about the font. I know most middle-aged people middle age and beyond have a lot of trouble even reading. And yes, they do allow you to adjust the font on the touch screen, but people are just not going to be able to see this before they put it in the scanner. And that's even if they would decide to check it at all. So I personally believe that the judges at all polling sites should be mandated to tell all the voters to actually check their paper ballot, because once it goes in the scanner, they can't do it again. And then my secondary concern is that if the Duo machine can't function accurately to transfer my electronic selections to the paper ballot, how can I know that the scan machine is then going to transfer my printed ballot back into an electronic tally? I just don't think you can. And another concern that I have is that I heard that the scan machine and the actual ballot boxes, which your paper ballot will go into a box under the scanning machine. I've been told that those will be left during the whole course of early voting. Those ballot boxes will be left at those early voting web sites and just secured by the facility's own security. And I don't know, I just don't think that's right. I think those are supposed to be under the security and of the election office, not the library or Campton Township or anything else. And then finally, I wanted to note that it was stated at the training meeting that a long-standing failure of many tech judges with the tacit approval of the election office of not having a Republican and Democratic judge present at the poll book at the point.
Thank you. Thank you. Yep, thank you. You can, why don't you speak with Jack Cunningham and address these concerns, truly address them. Thank you. All righty. Jean Meyer?
Hello, I was actually not planning to speak, but I'm going to finish up for my friend Diana. And yes, we would expect the clerk's office to deal with it, but we haven't really had a whole lot of luck with that. So, but her final point was something we have had, something that a bunch of people that were poll watching have fought and been treated very rudely about at the clerk's office while poll watching. So here's my friend Diana's final statement. Finally, I want to note that it was also stated at the training meeting that a longstanding failure of many tech judges with the tacit approval of the election office of not having a Republican and Democratic judge present at the poll book at the point of signature verification with the computer record at every polling session. It is practice that, having been tolerated in the past, must change. I personally have witnessed more times than not that a Democrat is at one station and a Republican is at another station, and that it has been communicated that only for audit purposes, make sure that both initials of the voter's application, even though only the one at the poll book has checked the signature against the county record. That's just fraud. And people should not be initialing that. This is not just sloppy work, but is a dereliction of duty, as it is the means of verifying who the voter is, as we do not use ID for this purpose in Illinois. And we have no country, we have no state, we have no county. We just have some sort of Marxist government if we don't have a free election. So please take note of this and speak out against it. I know you guys love your country. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. The last speaker is Michelle Bettag.
Michelle Batag. When I come home from shopping, my husband will give me a joke. I say, honey, it's 50% off. And he's like, well, it's 50% on. And I actually feel the same way about this new potential health department. We're getting money, but the costs of construction right now are astronomical, as we all know. Everything's behind schedule. There is a good chance that we will have to give the money back because it will not be ready, in addition to paying top price for the actual building. 20% vacancy rate in Kane County with these commercial buildings currently. I just wonder to myself, you know, Mavis, no offense, but you throw things out there like it's all going to work out magically. It's not just a magical thing that happens. Why aren't we talking about the services that are going to be provided at this new government center? I mean, I haven't heard anything about, oh, in addition to what Elgin and Aurora provides, this is what we're going to be doing. I have absolutely no idea what they're providing that we're going to spend 50 million plus just to get started. No one's talking about staff. No one's talking about utilities. No one's talking about the parking lot. No one's talking about the landscaping. No one's talking about, I know they said, but the operations in general. It's like willy-nilly, and it's like, it'll all work out. It'll all work out. There's another thing I wanted to say. I think that, you know, there's a question in my mind as far as this White and Company. It's like the government center campus. $1.8 million in plans. And this was like the big hoopla. These guys walk away with this cash winnings. And is this another like money pocket filler for these people to get new plans? Like, this isn't something that's well thought out at all. You say it's been on the agenda for whatever. We're still going to have Aurora and Elgin. That's doubling or tripling or quadrupling the costs of this government center. I just think that this is not even near close to being taken. Give the money back or use it on other projects, because 50% on isn't a savings. You know what I mean? It's going to cost us. This guy, Roger Fonestock, I'm sure he's a nice man. He's a building developer, management, whatever, IT. Why is he doing your job selling this project? I hate that. I hate making it seem like, you know, there's other people on staff. They do your job to try to convince the board, who can't sometimes critically think. I don't know. He's like the salesman, like, just give the facts. And it's very disrespectful, I think, to the people and to you guys. Why are we listening to him give us the sales job? I don't like that. It's not well thought out. It's not well planned. And there's not, for one person in this room, even though this is small, talk to the voters. Are you campaigning? Talk to your people. Are you guys talking to your people in your districts? Because they are not okay with spending more money.
Concludes our public comment. Go back to our agenda. Mr. Kenyon, the moment that you have been anxiously waiting for.
All good things must come to an end, and I move that we adjourn and come back here next week on Tuesday.
Thank you, sir. All in favor?
You have a second.
Okay.
Tomorrow's cow.
I need a second.
Second?
Adjourn.
I don't want to adjourn.
The second